Welcome to today's edition of Mario Maker 1 All-Stars, our continuing effort to record everything we can of what remains in Super Mario Maker 1 before the Wii U and 3DS servers shut down in early April, the 8th of April, so only a couple of weeks left to go, and a whole lot of levels to get through. We obviously won't get through anywhere close to everything we want to cover, but we'll try. Now, a little bit of backstory about the maker we are featuring today, whose name is Squirrel. So I was browsing through some of the top charts while I was putting this project together and kind of jotting down codes and preparing a list of makers to go through. Just in case I missed anybody particularly obvious that I didn't already have deep in my memory, and I come across this extremely popular maker called Squirrel, which rings a very distant bell for me, particularly because I kind of recognized me as well. And it's because Squirrel, I believe, is actually the Maker 1 account for Grakowsky, who is one of the best-known figures in the puzzle community in Super Mario Maker 2, has an extremely distinctive puzzle structure and style, and also occasionally streams puzzle creation and hosts puzzle contests, and is pretty much one of the seminal figures in that field of the Maker 2 scene. So I'm obviously very curious as to how his style developed, because one of the reasons that his profile is extremely popular is that he has this one that has 100,000 plays over here, Mario Science Testing Facility, which just from the title alone sounds very much like Grakowsky. And my 7-month-old baby made this, which perhaps doesn't quite sound like him, but sounds like Grakowsky Jr. So we'll get to all of these, we'll play everything. It's not a very long list, but we never know how long puzzles will take, and regardless, we want to see how this style came together over time, starting from the very beginning with this Week 1 level, 4 days into the launch of the game. Super Metroid Bros. 1.1, very much in keeping with just the popularity of the Metroid format in Mario Maker 1, especially in its early days, before checkpoints. Let's take a look. And, well, I mean, you know, we can basically pretend that we've picked up a morph ball and have morphed our way across, or we can just go up here and bomb. Will this open with the bomb? It will not, but it will open that question block for us eventually. We'll get there. This is obviously the lift that comes down into I want to say Brinstar. This is the problem with streaming, is that your memory just deserts you. And here, when you get to this corner, you realize that you do in fact need to maybe take a point of damage in order to proceed. I suppose that will be the morph ball then, in theory. And let's see. Okay, we can't break this, so we've taken damage, so we need to find a mushroom now. Sort of interesting that it enforces that right away, although I guess that's what creates the morph ball illusion, just having a mushroom and taking damage immediately. And yes, so surprisingly close to the Metroid structure in some ways. There's a block for a shell to hit eventually. And this is using both vertical screens throughout in a totally continuous setting. So this will be a spot where if you already have the mushroom at some point, you can go get that. I suppose because we hit the question block early on, I love how these spiny heads are kind of here depicting good old Metroid enemies that cannot yet crawl all around the sides the way that maybe Spike Tops could. However, we can't go through here, so what do we do? Can we go back up? Yes, we can. So pretty gentle about the refreshes already. And we'll just continue this way. Now, let's see what we have over here. Yeah, so we just open this up. That allows me to grab further mushrooms in case we need to persist with that. And this allows you to take damage boost across, although before we do that, we're going to come around here and check another location, because I seem to recall there was something mushroom relevant not long ago. Or am I wrong? Not yet, here it is. Now what could this be? Well, let's miss that rocky wrench first of all. And this one. And this one. And we have a spring. Why would we have it? Because that just gives you a 1-up. Okay, that's fine. You've been suitably rewarded for exploration. Alright, down we go. Now, I've played pretty much every level that Grakowsky has published in Maker 2, or close to it. I think maybe I'm missing a tiny handful of the earliest ones. I don't think at any point that he created something with a big open Metroid structure. He's created a couple of surprisingly technical platforming levels, but the puzzles are usually a bit more contained. That felt like it was going to drop down and hit. Wow, that was extremely fortuitous. Now, we could have gone up to explore a little bit more, and probably should have, for the benefit of the fire flower, which I suppose is going to be our beam. But yeah, because here we'll need a fire flower to get across that, or we can do that perhaps on the way out. We'll see. Oh, this is, of course, a Chozo statue, and not one that we're going to be able to do anything about right now. This was the segment that we had been to previously, when we could have just taken damage to get across. And oh, P-switch, okay. Well, now we'll just go back and get a P-switch and then get the question block from there. That's straightforward enough. As long as we jump away across. Timeout is a definite risk here. We might just have to learn with each run until we figure things out. Now the P-switch, of course, is only usable once. If it expires, then you are locked out of this 1-up, but it's just a 1-up, so perhaps it doesn't matter too much. The level's been pretty good about lock protection so far as I can tell, but there was a fire flower earlier that we don't know how to get yet. That we can do a line up to fall down to the right, but let's just see here. Yeah, you basically have to go through the bottom area, which I don't know if we have the means to do that without an existing flower. I think we don't. I don't think I missed anything significant here. Yeah, no. To go down to the flower, we basically need an existing flower, or perhaps just a mushroom to take some damage in the location. Which I think we could have gotten, now that I think about it. But regardless, let's explore it a little bit more, just to see what we can do. Yeah, no, we are in a bit of trouble now. Look at that. Playing for precision. No, not really. Yeah, there definitely are a couple of required damage locations throughout, and we should just play with that expectation in mind. But we should grab a mushroom, go through the spiny area, probably just take damage from it, as far as I can tell. And what else have we not explored? Well, let's grab this guy first. And nothing constraining the mushroom over here, so I think we just run it, although that looks a little dicey. Or do we have enough room to grab any of that? Or maybe there was a vine that could have come up down here. No. Yes. Okay. Kind of like how that's skewed visually, in fact. That became very clear. Now, is this just going to be a 1-up, or is this going to be something else? It's a 1-up. Not that this will help us very much in 100 Mario Challenge. So, yeah, I think we just need to bust through this, I guess, to get the flower. I don't know that there's any other good way there. No, it's not going to work. The implication is that we already have a flower, or that perhaps we have some kind of star. Now, anyway, we now know that a bunch of locations are really just going to be 1-up mushrooms, and so we can just safely ignore those. So, we just need to do the maze, and we know how to get as far as the mushroom, but not yet to the flower. We'll just come up here again and go left. And this we know about. And we come down here, grab the mushroom, and then start busting. Oh, I see, the flower's over there, okay. We never did go to that location to the left now that I think about it. And we could very well have checked it. Was that bomb destruction that happened much earlier? Yeah, we actually might have been able to go there. I remember getting that one up, whoops, and discovering that it was one up. Oh, that was a bad idea. Let's go back. For some reason we didn't check that. That's right, we'll get back to it. We know all about the P-switch later. Let's unlock the mushroom, of course. That's rather critical. And yeah, we know all about the shell hitting this down here, which then opened up the passage for the mushroom. Now, the left side here earlier, I thought we had checked, but we didn't get the flower, which tells me that we missed something. Oh yeah, we didn't actually head towards the wrenches on this side. Whoops. That's okay. We don't need them. And now we can get to the spinies, but I don't know why you would, given that you just trade flower for flower, and they respawn just as well. But then, now we can escape out the right side once we do the whole shell deflection. If it is necessary. Yeah, it is. So, we'll just go up and do that. I think that does require the whole bit with the P-switch going in to the right side. Oh, I see. That's why we want to open up a passage to flower after that. It makes no sense to just take damage here and then have to make do from that point. Because, yeah, you would have to basically take damage to get across here, or across here, I think. I think so, anyway. This is where game knowledge would come in handy. But I don't think this is going to work. Now, the important thing, though, is that we have cleared the passage by hitting that brick to the left. That gets us up to the flower. Which means we should just take damage across over here until we have busted down this lower brick with the shell. Yeah, and this basically enforces that you are going to lose all power-ups. That's okay. We don't need a P-switch, in fact, for that one up over there. We just need to follow the shell down. I'm not expecting this jump to go as well as it did before, but now we just go back, grab the flower, and proceed. And it should work out just fine. No wrenches. Really, no wrenches. Did we actually block them all on the way out? I guess we did. For some reason I didn't quite realize that. That's alright. Let's continue. Time will be plentiful, as far as we can tell. And then we'll be able to get across. Now, we do need to do the precision lineup over here, that's okay. And to some extent over here as well. That will just displace me over. And then we just hit this and we're out of here. And we'll just grab a coin at the end instead of going anywhere. This was a 1.1 revision, but it was also uploaded just 4 days into the game, so you can see that it was done with a pretty simple palette, possibly just playing along with the timed unlocks of the original game's release. which is something that we have seen actually quite a few makers adhere to if their levels from September 2015 are still up. Boxed Out 1.2. This was an upload on the 16th, so we had some playtesting and revision from this point, and we'll see exactly what that entails. Whether it's a one screen-wide puzzle or just something else completely different. Alright, let's hit this and head up. And this we can't hit yet, but this I think might potentially be a reset, but we should check it. Oh, it's not a reset. It's, I mean, you know, this is still so early on in Maker 1 that we don't really know what this is all about. We know that, yeah, these doors are matched now and that we eventually need to get up to the flag, but then that would mean that we need to push the shell through the piranhas. Probably the shell. We'll see exactly what that means soon enough. Now, that's interesting. I suppose we close this such that there's a platform to get across later on without dropping in. And we have a raid from Zypher. And Zypher, hope Maker 2 is going well for you. I actually have your Maker 1 level code for one of your levels jotted down, I think. Because we've been steadily going through Maker 1 for... Whoops. There's a bit of a sticky situation here. That's unfortunate. We've been steadily going through Maker 1 for the last couple of weeks. Since late January, I think. I've been playing everything I can, just to see whatever we can before it's all gone. And so, yeah, hopefully I can get to some of yours at some point. Oh, whoops. Jump by that bomb there. But yeah, I hope Maker 2 has been fun for you as well. But yeah, we've been going through Maker 1 pretty much on a maker-by-maker basis. And seeing whatever we can. I'm playing as many levels as I can before it closes servers. Yeah, but I'm not doing 100 Mario or anything like that. I'm also not working on Team 0% because, frankly, I don't have the level of skill necessary to get some of the final clears, and they seem to be doing pretty well in pace anyway. But what I am doing is just going through a lot of makers that I know from Maker 2 or know by reputation elsewhere or have had personally recommended. And I found that to be a pretty useful way of going about things. Okay, let's not do that. Yeah, actually, once this guy jumps out, then we get out. And, yeah, no, Zypher, I actually have your code. You're pretty easy to find, in fact, because a couple of your levels were quite popular. And so I might be able to go through yours at some point, and if I do, I'll definitely let you know so you can see some of your handiwork if it still exists. But we'll see, because, you know, obviously with the shutdown coming in April, I'm pretty tight on time, so I don't know realistically how much I'll be able to accomplish. Yeah, because one of my other viewers who had been playing through Maker 1 as well, I think, was actually asking me if I'd taken a look at yours yet. But yeah, we've pretty much got a whole list and spreadsheet of makers and codes over here that I want to look at before the shutdown. And so Maker 1 has been the commitment since January and will be until the shutdown. I've been putting off a couple of games because of that, and it's been a great time, actually, because, you know, level after level we've been seeing mechanics that no longer exist in Maker 2, for instance. And thanks for the GG. Now, Test Chamber 1.1, I wonder if we're starting to get a little closer to the puzzle style. Notice how the screenshot in the thumbnail here is still from the original launch state of the game when P switches in SMM1 still appeared in yellow. Let's take a look. James D, welcome. Okay, yeah, now of course, now that we're playing the live game, the switches are blue, but the image data was generated pre-patch, obviously. Now that's sort of interesting, because as we now know, you don't actually need this to enter the door, but you would need this to drop out of that door. I kind of feel like we just need to get over here and then climb in. Oh, no power-up though, so what's the purpose of this? I suppose that allows you to run. Oh, I thought for a moment that was going to be a power-up. That's not the case. And, oh yeah, that just allows you to run. But then, we'd be under a little bit of time pressure to get across there. Which makes me wonder if there's a better way to sustain the P-switch. Because this is going to be... Oh, okay, because this closes up. I see. We actually should reload into this because we won't have time. Yeah, let's load Divine first, so we don't have to do this extra hit. I totally didn't see these bricks down here that would just convert. And then, let's go. And we're done. So yeah, simple pieces from just the first week or so of the game. Obviously, we're expecting some more elaborate ones later on. But still, it's interesting for me anyway to track the development of what Squirrel here is trying to do with the game, given that I'm very, very familiar with his Maker 2 output. Yeah, very high clear rate on this one, just a kind of simple loop on the first week or so, when such a thing as the one-screen puzzle hadn't really emerged as a style yet, and so just a tiny little logical interaction here sort of plants the seed for much more to come. And now here's Trampoline Trials. Let's let the thumbnail load for a moment here. Okay. So that bomb is going to hit over here. I suppose we just go around and grab this. I bet we can up throw that into something. And that we should. Because, yeah, the next shot that fires is going to open up this brick over here. So, very interesting to me, because now we can really begin to see some of those sequential interactions start to take hold. Now here, I think, yeah, you'll need the spring on the right side in order to catch the bomb. Now, here's the thing about Maker 1. You can do this sort of thing. However, we missed. And actually, we should have just jumped on it to grab the other spring. That would have been easier, because then you could just bounce too and not have to do this as some kind of wacky timing element. But yeah, you can just bounce, but no, again, we'll bounce up to the upper level first. The idea is that you'll eventually want to get a bomb down. Well, you can get it at a P-switch. The bomb could also take out the bricks down below if you manage to sustain one for long enough, but I think a P-switch is almost certainly the way to go. So now, you can basically bounce two objects. And the question is, how to toss this into the right place? Well, the way to do it would be to drop one spring here, and then up throw the other one into the right location, since would be on the same attempt, essentially. And then it should line up in such a way that it will break the hard block for the P-switch, and the timing should work out. Yeah, and it does, as expected. And James D, you're falling asleep? Yeah, that's alright. You have fun as well with sleeping. And hope you had a great time over at Zyphers. Okay, now we should drop these as soon as we pick them all up, and we'll pick up the P-switch as well, and we'll hit the P-switch and we'll take both springs across with us, because I suspect we'll need them. Because here we can just Grab these coins, and then we just take both. Yoshi's on the other side of one panel, so I don't know how useful he'll be. He'll eventually jump on some springs in the ending. Yeah, that's all it is. It's just a one-up. Oddly enough, if you rode a donut block, I bet you could grab a spring and carry it with you, but I don't see why we would do that. So, yeah, that's just a goal. Pretty simple, but again, you can kind of see the germ of the idea of the object and door puzzle start to take hold in his mind. So, in just the smallest way. I didn't exactly know what to expect going into this profile. I mean, as with many that preserved the levels from 2015, I think a lot of people had this burst of creating what they could to explore the genre in the first few weeks of the game, and then developed more elaborate creations later. But it's interesting to see now that there's a longer and longer gap between levels. As you can see, this is on the 21st, this one is on the 30th. Things are beginning to escalate. The side up. So, yeah, it looks like it's going to be a rotation illusion level. That's something that we're also familiar with from his Maker 2 profile. And is maybe a bit more of a familiar puzzle concept nowadays, one that we've seen many times in things like the puzzle contests, in fact, that Grakowsky runs in Maker 2. But we'll see what this idea looked like in its September 2015 incarnation. I think it's very clear that that's what's going to go on here, with the benefit of the NSMBU wall jumps. Just looking at what the opening image was like, we will of course check the pipe. Nothing. And the side down, apparently. And you can ground pound it in there. That's pretty much the only thing you can do, so we'll do it. And then you have this rotational structure. Look at this interest in making faces, too, with the aesthetic elements, of course. Also something that is very familiar to me from his Maker 2 style. Even though, I guess it's offset slightly, but that's because, you know, it's kind of looking slant-wise. It's not meant to be symmetrical. Anyway, into this guy's big chin. And then, with a glitch effect, we now see that we have rotated the house here in the subworld. That we're rather dizzy about it, because I guess that's what happens when you are upside down. And the mushroom has become firefly, which is also what happens when things are upside down, apparently. And now we rotated it this way. So yeah, it's kind of like it was a mid-rotation, where you kind of spin things around either way, and then... There we go. We can bust that open as well, but I don't see why we would. And then, now the face has been tilted. I obviously do kind of want to check what's above. I mean, nothing here is really touchable. Yeah, that's just a burner because everything matches. To the right we go. And a Yoshi egg, interesting. But of course, due to a semi-solid, we can't just drop in through there. Yeah, so the dizzy effect is meant to convey that you're mid-rotation. As a bit of an interstitial segment. And then we just come through here. There's no real benefit to doing all the rest, I think. When it comes to munching the piranha plants. Then through here. And then we can switch into the propeller heads. Obviously we'll check up here, but you know, we kind of know how it's structured already. That will likely not be anything too significant. Yeah, notice that the sound effect isn't covering the entire space or anything like that. Oh, here I think this is implying that we actually need to... Oh, never mind. I wonder if I needed Yoshi for that. Regardless, you'd have to lose Yoshi in this segment, so it doesn't matter too much. I was saying something about the sound effect and how the... Oh, yeah, we can come down here for one up. No more door here, though. Very tempting to just go left. There's no scroll stop, obviously. Yeah, you can tell the sound effects do dissipate because, you know, this early in the game, I think people hadn't really generally figured out best practices for tiling sound effects yet. But yeah, not just a rotational level in the sense that, you know, you have these transitional mid-rotation segments that are just there to complete the concept aesthetically, which is pretty interesting. All right, let's go. Okay, now this is the big one. From October 2015, and I believe this was just days before the checkpoint patch, because I think the checkpoint patch was around the 27th or so, from what I recall. And so this was still when the game was still in that initial honeymoon period of great activity, and for some reason this got a ton of attention. I don't exactly know the backstory to that. We'll just have to ask the maker at some point to fill us in. But yeah, about 100k, you know, this would be one of the most popular levels that we've covered so far. For comparison, something like Mecha Bowzilla is over 300k, and then even some extremely popular ones besides are much less than this. So this is something that would have been very well known at the time, and somehow I missed it. So let's see what it is. And yeah, uploaded about a month after the last one. Clearly something a bit more worked out. And we'll see exactly how. Yeah, always worth looking at a lot of these decorative elements as well. Yeah, they might clue you into things like 1-ups. Because they consistently clue you into things like 1-ups, now that I look at it. I was curious about that, whether that would be the case, and lo and behold, it is. Let's not die to the Bowser fire in the middle of nowhere. That would be very unsightly. Anyway, we can take the spring through here. We can also take the spring through previous rooms, but you have this, you know, test chamber 1 over here for all of you portal people. And yeah, test chamber 2. Yeah, number 1 is literally just placing an object, which is also in keeping with the companion cube in some ways. Not exactly doing any kind of spring drop Kaizo jump or anything here, but... And then number 3. Yeah, the portal influence is more and more obvious when you see how this is actually constructed. This must have hit it big on some kind of YouTube channel or other press coverage at the time, perhaps, or other community coverage. And you can kind of see why it might, as an overt portal homage. And yeah, so this is going to teach you to, well, reset in the case of not being able to proceed, but we're obviously supposed to grab this and continue through here. This is the first time we've had this interaction in this level, and that might have been shockingly new to people at the time, I might imagine. But 5 over here, yeah, of course, you know, Maker one-way panel logic does that to you, so it's good that we can occasionally reset in case we get ourselves into lock situations like that, just from the one-way panel logic. Very similar situation here, except you would need to go through the top here and hit the P switch, and then come back and jump through while the coins are still available. So we'll do that. We'll drop that guy. We we loop around. Are we within region of coins? Not yet, so... Yeah, so it is a little time sensitive, but not so much if we... Oh, whoops, I missed the opportunity to do this, but if we loop this over here, then we take this one with us, and then we just fall immediately to the right, and then timing's not an issue, so... I think this is rather explicitly meant to teach that. The timing the other way is doable, but not convenient. And we'll just drop through. Okay, number 6. So, we have a P-switch over here. And the bombs are going to ignite and drop objects accordingly. Notice that the P-switch is not going to get the second bomb through, but only one on the left side. Once we get the spring, then the P-switch will be followed by swapping over with a door on the other side, and then there'll be some other interaction, I'm sure. B-minutes, welcome. But anyway, this is going to ignite. This room will just kind of play itself. The last one was pretty interesting, prior to this. And then, the bomb can drop through, and then we would need to hit a P-switch again with the bomb in that kind of state in order for the conveyor to shut off and for the bomb to proceed. So, given that, we do need to wrap around with the door and see what awaits us on this side. Yeah, it looks like we can just kind of step on a P-switch to get over here. And this side's not going to go, but... let's think about this for a moment. So, if you hit the P-switch... But then, if you hit the P-switch once, then you can quickly wrap around over to the next door while the P-switch is still active, and then reload with the P-switch still active, and then that would effectively give you 2 P-switches. So, let's do it. 8 minutes, I'm doing alright. Getting back into Splatoon in a big way with the DLC out tomorrow. Yeah, and so now we drop the other one, and then now we'll have 2 springs. And then we'll just take this one, and then, with the hard blocks remaining destroyed, we'll jump up with this one to the door, and then we'll have 2 springs across. Yeah, I hadn't really played in quite some time, not since before Zelda, in fact. I really got back into it. Because I finally finished after Alterna last week. I'd done the rest of the campaign to 100% back when the game originally came out, and I thought, okay, we'll do the last level at some point, and then I just never got around to it. And so I cleaned that up earlier this week, and it, you know, kind of gave me an incentive to get back into Splatoon and also make sure my Joy-Cons are cleaned, so we don't die to drift all over the place. But of course, the thing compelling this is that Side Order is coming out so soon, and that it's going to take time away from Mako 1, which is unfortunate, but something had to give. Because I'm definitely concerned at this point that I just won't have time to see nearly as much Maker 1 as I want. And I've delayed getting into a lot of other things because of that, but, you know, Side Order I want to look at least a little bit, if not quite thoroughly yet, right at launch. Now, we need to not die to Bowser Fire. We see a bomb up there that is eventually going to be something we want to drop onto him because it breaks the hard blocks. Eventually we want to create a situation where Bowser gets dunked all the way down. Although that would just take him to the conveyor belt, it wouldn't actually take him that far, so... let's see here. I mean, obviously we need to go through the door. We take the spring, maybe we trade springs, and then we can have two... I mean, we don't know what's above in the camera at that point, so let's take a look. Guess how many Smash Amiibo you have? Well, didn't they just release Sora? So, isn't it technically possible at this point for you to have all of them? Yes, that's right, all of them. Because I thought they just released Sora last week. So... You know, B-Minutes, I was actually kind of thinking about your amiibo collection because I dug out my 3DS to go through some of the Box Boy games after grabbing 2 and 3 on the last-minute eShop closure rush last year. And, okay, I've got 72 seconds. I should solve this while I'm talking. No, because I was thinking about how you actually had the Box Boy amiibo. Anyway, let's do this. We're going to get stun locked all over the place, and that's going to be a huge liability. Now, notice too, at this point, like I said, not at the checkpoint patch yet. We might have to redo. But bomb 1 is going to go. Oh, I don't remember which bomb was which, because don't we need to go through here and do this again? Yeah, hang on. I totally forgot that we do not, in fact, have checkpoints yet, and I do need to do this quickly to dunk Bowser a little further. Because, again, there are no key doors or anything either, so in terms of dunking Bowser, you know, he opens up a passage, but we don't really know what else happens from that. After the P-switch activation. 10 seconds on the P-switch, he gets dunked, and then I guess we just go down below because the conveyor belt will move him out of the way, in theory. Let's just drop in. Bad idea. And the stun lock is going to kill me. Okay. That's okay. We'll do things quickly this time. And yeah, congratulations on complete Smash collection. Did you actually manage to get P1 and P2 variants? Speaking of which, because I know some of them are kind of famously hard to get due to retailer exclusivity and everything, like, you know, Bayonetta P1 and P2 and all that. All variants, yeah. Yeah, incredible to think at this point that Amiibo have had, what is it, about a 10-year run, because they would have come out with Smash 4, wouldn't they? I think that's when Amiibo were originally introduced. So it's a 10-year run for Amiibo. For Smash to get to the end of the line, with, you know, accounting for all the additions in Ultimate, of course. You were dating someone you thought you would marry when you had one Amiibo. Well, I mean, 10 years later, here you are with a complete Amiibo collection, and so I think you'd be considered that a victory. Now you have 150 in them single, yeah. But hey, that's a lot of dinners you didn't have to buy, right? That basically compensates for that. Oh, what was I doing? Oh yes, we need to wrap around with this. Hang on. And then we take number 2 across. So yeah, given that this was October 2015, definitely. Door logic is something that's pretty new to a lot of people at the time, I think. Puzzles get much more elaborate very quickly, as we know from playing some other makers like Pink Birdo prior to this, but very interesting to see this early contribution to the scene. This, too, looks like a big Goomba face, doesn't it? This room. Doesn't it look like a Goomba? Like a Goomba that's maybe looking a little extra cheeky on the right side. You can never discount this kind of pareidolia effect, because I played enough Grakowsky levels to know that he likes making faces in his levels, and that this is entirely something that he might do intentionally. Quality humor, logic should be illegal, yeah. We kind of get that, you know, kick that people do out of illicit substances and such out of solving puzzles, right? So that, I think, is well in keeping with our experience here on this stream. Oh, whoops, no. That was a mistake. I need to wait just a second later. The computer uses no logic gates. Yeah. Alright, let's walk this over and then bomb it. Oh, we'll need to wrap around one more time. I should have just stepped on it on the other side of the one-line panel. That's okay. I mean, technically, you only need NAND gates or NOR gates, right? And everything else just comes together. Now, over here. Okay. Also, why? Oh, I see. I noticed this now. I didn't notice this the last time I was playing through this in the first attempt. This is the cake. The cake is a lie. So the portal homage, as I was saying, was something we should have been paying a lot more attention to. I don't know if originally there would have been Miiverse comment cards or something on this, but clearly this is the cake zone. Minutes, you have Metroid Samus Returns 2-pack and Metroid Dread 2-pack, as well as Smash Samus and Smash Zero Suit Samus. Yeah, I remember being kind of annoyed that Samus Returns hid an entire difficulty selection behind the amiibo. I remember that as being the most annoying amiibo unlock. I mean, if you really cared about it, you could just, you know, spoof the amiibo anyway, but it seems sort of unusually restrictive, considering how fair Nintendo has been with amiibo unlocks otherwise. Now, here's the thing, Beavis, do you have any of the Animal Crossing card packs? For true completionism. Now, I already don't remember which spring is which. That's okay, let's hit this. We have a lot more time this time since we're not talking the whole time. And we'll grab this just to get that out of the way for future purposes. Now, I don't remember which was which. I guess we'll just check the door and find out. I'd be going to say that again. Do you have the Animal Crossing card packs? Okay, no, we need to trade into this one. Now, yeah, we need to drop it again with the other piece, which let's do that. One other thing we can do is also... no, to wrap around we do need to use both. Okay, let's do this. You are never going to have 100% amiibo collection. Yeah, no, that would be impractical. Going 100% in Smash is a pretty lofty goal as this. Oh, you just head right over here. You just don't deal with Bowser at all. I totally should have seen that. And he's going to stun lock me right here. And we're going to ascend up the lift. Very thematically accurate, I think, that while I'm playing this, I'm also running a stream on a potato. And victory is ours. Well, that was a triumph. You do have a couple of amiibo cards. Yeah, I have a small selection as well. I didn't target specific islanders or anything. I just wanted to get a bit of content. I only picked up the Happy Home Paradise expansion this year after having fallen off Animal Crossing for a while, ever since I completed my museum. And it's a surprisingly good expansion. I was really kind of caught off guard by just how much it added to the experience in terms of making up for the one thing that I thought was a big deficiency in Newer Horizons, which is that it gives you so much furniture to work with and absolutely no space to use it in, you know, because you just have your one little house and far too much to put in there and customize. Anyway. Do they distinguish between Smash amiibos and from main franchise? Well, it depends on the series you're looking at. I mean, obviously, a lot of them can be used interchangeably. Like, you know, a lot of Smash amiibo will read in a Mario game as just Mario, and vice versa, I think. And I think there's a similar situation with a lot of the Zelda line as well. But B-Minutes, your favorite villager Peanut has appeared in every Animal Crossing game you played without you trying. Yeah, that is your destiny. Yeah, because there's some crossover between how amiibo are recognized, I think, when it comes to some of the game-specific ones, but I am not an expert on this. So, 7-month-old baby. This was in January 2016. Which would place the birthday in what? May 2015. Which means that we're talking about somebody who's just about 9 years old, so... Well, if they ever see this, if the baby's father ever wants to show this off, then maybe those children can learn a lesson today about the consequences of their actions. Anyway, 93% clear rate. We'll hopefully get through this. Let's take a look. We're serious about completionism, and that includes this lovely piece of abstract art. And you'll notice right away, by the way, that this is already much more playable than a lot of the levels that are stereotypically Little Timmy, so to speak. Like, much, much more playable, even though it's just, you know, clearly just going to work with a stylus here. With doors that conveniently are totally disconnected from any platform that you could use. And... okay, we'll just head down. And grab the clear. B-Minus. You're saying there isn't a Fire Emblem Martha amiibo. That's a good point, actually, because you know, they have so many other characters. Like, they have Almond Celica from Gaiden, and of course you have all of the Smash characters. And yeah, that's kind of interesting. That well, I mean, well, obviously they have the Smash Martha amiibo, but they don't have one for Martha from the Fire Emblem line, is what you're saying, yeah. Well, anyway. The 7-month-old baby is much older at this point, and they could look back at these 400-some likes with pride. I think people playing in, you know, 100 Mario Easy and such must have been just relieved to see something so playable after a title like that. Here's The Legend of Zelda Master Boot. And so it looks like it will probably be a fairly elaborate dungeon design. This was in February 2016, so getting pretty late in the patch cycle when I think there are key doors by this point. I think that was January 2016, if I recall. But we shall see. But yeah, B-Minutes, because I do know that the Fire Emblem characters are all usable in certain games. They're actually all usable in Codename Steam, if I recall. Codename Steam supports the Fire Emblem amiibo because it was, of course, made by Intelligent Systems. Severely underrated game, incidentally. One of the games that I just had an absolute blast with on the 3DS. That's hardly anybody played. Now you can perhaps go up to this tower on the left side eventually if we find a way back. That was just in the opening, if we maybe spawn Divine or something. Let's try to pay some attention here. Right, because we came out of this house initially. And down we go. Can't get used to Mega 1 camera. Yeah, the way that it only tugs up when you hit ground or you climb a vine. There have been definitely some levels that we've seen that had some difficulty to them introduced because of that, but also Quality Humor, at least one puzzle that I can think of that actually made very, very good use of the camera property, you know, back before people knew that it would eventually change in Maker 2. P-switch up here, and then we kind of need to do some kind of wraparound. We will take a look. Have to explore pretty thoroughly here. And look at that, there's a boots. I don't know if there's anything that'll eventually blow it up there, or if that's just a visual indication. But we'll get it. Oh yeah, P-switch will drop it. That's right. Notice that you can jump across the hard blocks in the bottom if you really wanted. I don't know if that gets you anywhere. Kinda does. I also much prefer 2. There are a few specific things that I prefer about 2, and that's one of them. Because, you know, while I've seen good uses of the Maker 1 camera, particularly because in Maker 1, due to the lack of things like scroll stop, it's much harder to occlude information when you have a very complex and interlinked layout. Every time I pick up the Link costume, that's a mystery mushroom, by the way, I immediately think that I'm using the Maker 2 moveset and I try to chuck bombs everywhere and such. That is not going to work. Alright, let's wrap around. Now, was I able to get something here? Oh, that's not nearly quick enough. Oh, there's a bomb, because it came out through... Yeah. Okay, now we can just hit the bomb then. Go through the pipe. Well, that works. Except we needed to kick some of these bombs over, and that means that I do need to let it spawn. And we'll just... Oh. Be in a whole lot of trouble this way. We'll blow that up. And yeah, sleep tight as well. Quality Humor. Or no, you were saying sleep tight to Cypher. Okay, sleep tight Cypher. And thank you so much once again for the raid. Anyway. We are slightly log jammed here. Let's just get rid of some of this stuff. Oh. And continue. Anyway, oh yeah, this is just a little bit of a labyrinth. It doesn't lock us or anything, it just puts us out over this way, and then we'll hit this. That opens up the left side, and possibly we can progress up to the top left at some point once we find the appropriate location. And this grove over here. I think this is meant to kind of convey the effect of being the Master Sword Grove. But perhaps not. You know, where, you know, you go back and forth in this segment here because it's more like the Lost Woods. I mean, you have to think in terms of 2D Zelda, too. But this seems relatively woodsy. P-switch will be useful for something. We don't know what yet, but let's take a look. Was that the initial P-switch that we saw much earlier? Not sure, but doesn't matter because we're going down here. And yeah, P-switch. Well, I mean, we can bump this whenever we like, and then I see. No, the level is called Master Boot because the boot is the Master Sword power progression that we're looking for. So that makes sense. Because we knew there would be some kind of power progression to make up for the fact that we don't actually have access to the Master Sword here. And we'll take the boot out with us. I don't think really there's anything else to look at here, but we can always scroll the camera this way and that and check for ourselves, but no, everything's gated off, so let's go back out. I have to whack in the P-switch a little bit. And we'll eventually be able to continue this way, but then why would we? Let's head up here just to see what's up top. Oh, I see, because you can actually totally make it through here. No particular benefit to doing so, though. However, you can drop in there like it's, I don't know, Santa Claus or something. Using the door would allow you to respawn a P-switch. That seems to be its purpose. Oh, we're climbing the tree. This is a Deku tree. Yeah, so I only just realized this was a Deku tree and we had actually entered it not long ago. So we'll see what the P-switch activates for me as we open things up. Yeah, you can just drop down here and, oh, no you can't, but you can do this. Then, probably just continue this way. And that's just where we came in initially, though. I'm just looking at this and wondering, yeah, you can see that with a P-switch, you should, in fact, be able to get through the left side over there. Through this whole thing. Now, what's down here? Bombs. He switches all the way over there, though. That's not going to give him much time to work with. But we can take the boot over here. I suppose the boot, that was just an indication that you can cross the bridge with it now. Very spiky bridge. And look at that, checkpoint. Right on time. Okay, into a dungeon once again. This will obviously not be any kind of scroll break, but you can see the checkpoint on the other side. Once the bomb gets ignited, we'll see how that sequence is going to go. Yeah, no need to grab these in advance, obviously, in case we want power-ups. We keep the boot, we should be able to. You switch over here. Now, what does this fire at me? Bomb? Well, the bomb can come over here, but then we want to do this and eventually blow all of that up. All of that up. Yep, time up, though. Now, of course, I think we don't get the boot right away. We would need to revert through the level a little bit in order to do so. Although we crossed a bridge, didn't we? So, yeah, with no boot here, we actually can't get it back at this point. Well, we'll just have to re-obtain it later. Make some of this a little simpler, actually. That we don't need to hop out of the boot every time to proceed along here. Okay, we'll punch it. We'll have to punch another one, and that will get me over to the question block on the other side. Oh. Not quite. That'll do it. And what does this give me? Oh, well, a whole lot of jumping we need to do now. It's more like a Metroid sequence over here, if you ask me. Notice the pattern. No, that's not an actual pattern. I was thinking, you know, the pattern of semi-solid ice, like bones ice would actually matter here, but this is actually the interaction. You just complete the lamp. And if you complete the lamp, what do you get? I guess it's pointing me towards Mystery Mushroom and 1-Up. That's nice, but it doesn't really do much for me, functionally. Here, however, you can continue. And yeah, there's just a bit of a platforming segment over here, not much of one. But we'll get through it just fine. What did I do to slash just now? There's some kind of animation here. What we're looking for. Anyway, that's going to blow everything up. That's going to get me in range of Bowser Fire, but also the checkpoint. And look at that. It's almost like a code entry almost. Except we can just jump through. I don't see what the problem is. That's why we would need to take powers across or anything. Because why don't you just hit over here? Oh, because of the one-way panel. Yeah, okay. But then that's okay. We just need to create a clear passage, and then the doors are just there for reset purposes. We just need to create steps. And look at that. Now we totally had to give up the boot, I suppose, after what we saw earlier. Bridge crossing, but it's only upon death, though. I think perhaps if you could keep the boot all the way through, maybe there's some kind of bonus. Notice the other passage down here. That looks potentially interesting. Oh. Well, oh, I see. It's just a little time segment over here. Yeah, interesting that you don't have anything like keys or doors in this. I'm trying to remember if it was in fact January 2016 or March. Because those were the last few patches in the game. Originally, it looks like there is a true ending up top. Or is there? It looks like there definitely is a true ending, and it must have been for anybody who manages... Yeah, we definitely missed a true ending. I think you almost certainly have to keep the boot to get out of there, to see that. Let's come through here, just in case. So I'm wondering... Yeah, perhaps if you go up top... But then you'd have to have the blaster shut down here first. I guess if you jump out of the boot and jump onto the top... We didn't see the camera there, but it's quite possible that that would give you an alternate exit. I'm going to replay it to see if we can find an alternate exit, actually, just to check, because we've been blasting through this set pretty quickly. And yeah, we'll try to keep the boot this time, all the way to the end. That must be the bonus for it. I mean, we can always take a look at the layout if we're not sure, but... If it is based on something like a pipe connection, that would not necessarily reveal itself yet, either. Yeah, let's not take quite so long this time with all of this. Like I keep saying, it's kind of too bad that we just rarely ever even see this style of design in Make 2 anymore. There are only a few people who do it. Whoops. A bit slow on the uptake here with a P-switch. Except that will open up the bombs over here, which will be good enough. Because then we just hit a bomb to the left. And that will allow us to proceed. Once we don't totally blow it here. Oh, whoops, no. Yeah, the deflection in Maker 1 against walls, of course, is not always going to be that friendly. But we'll make it. And we'll just do this quickly. Again, we're just going to try to go for true ending, and I believe that's going to involve keeping the boot. That just makes the most sense out of all the possibilities. Yeah. So, P-switch over here. once again, does allow you to Santa Claus your way down. Oh, and opened up the Deku Tree there, too. Why do we need the whole thing with the Deku Tree, anyway? Because I think we just kind of skipped right over that. And came back here. Oh, I see, yeah, because... Yeah, we did need to hit the P-switch to go through it. Okay, okay, just checking. This was just the initial segment. Because if you have a P-switch again, you can go to the top left. That's probably just one up, I would guess. I can see the passage there. We do have a P-switch activation that's, you know, recent enough at that point. Let's find out where the tree was, then. When we entered a tree. It's a little further over. Totally lost my spatial sensitiveness already. And we never did see this little pipe exit here either, did we? Or was it through here to begin with? I didn't think so. Yeah, I didn't think so. This was just power-ups. No, we needed to hit the P-switch and then enter the tree. We know that from the last attempt. I've somehow forgotten already, despite just playing this level and completing it minutes ago. Yeah, because you can just bomb kick over this way, make it all the way over here, and there's... Oh yeah, we actually needed to go further left for the tree. We didn't complete that thought properly. Burning a lot of time on this. We'll just need to be careful. Anyway, we'll proceed over here. And right, because the birds here, being so peaceful, kind of give you a chance to get over here in the Lost Woods. Through the tree into the boots. And we will head up to the boot this way. Again, burning a whole ton of time on it, but... Drop this, enter, wrap around. We can come back here for the boot whenever we like, but let's do our best to keep it. Even though there was that one bit later on that seemed a little bit tricky on that score. Oh! We totally could have got through here. The P-switch active. You know what? Let's do it just to see. Do it with this P. That'll work just fine. Yeah, I just wanted to open that up. We'll probably continue just fine. One up, yep, exactly as expected. Now we crossed a bridge. Notice, we could probably go on top here. And what does that give us? Not much, just a couple of coins worth of trouble. Sort of wonder what's up here. Can't really see. And Mr. All Games All Day, rating with a party of 15. Let me give you a big shout out. And yeah, I did notice that you were playing Maker 1, although I saw that you were doing it in the... oh, not today, but I think on a previous day I saw you on the Maker 2 category tag or something. And Document and Luca, welcome. hope you enjoyed the show over there. I saw that you were running from 1YMM at some point. And some Team 0%. Hope you got some clears. You've updated that tag twice, and it failed to actually update. That's very unfortunate. That Twitch has been a little bit glitchy. Okay, we have cleared this level already. I was going for true ending, but it seems like for true ending you actually do need to be fast enough to keep the boot the whole way. And so, you probably need to attempt to scan and be a little bit quicker. Yeah, the next month and a half you're doing something similar to me, just Maker 1 content. Let me know if you want particular recommendations, because we've been playing so much Maker 1 lately that there's a lot that I could suggest. A lot of makers, a lot of levels. I was seeing some really interesting stuff, and yeah, I'm glad that you're kind of getting in on that as well. Especially with Team 0%, you're doing very well in terms of pace, I think. And I've been keeping up with the completion board in a couple of the streams, even though we haven't really had a skill to try that out ourselves and contribute that meaningfully. Okay, yeah, we bombed this, and that actually creates a big problem here. Oh no, we're fine. But we need to be quick to do the rest. Or, oh no, lost a boot. Okay, I guess that does it for this attempt. I am pretty sure true ending requires the boot, so we're going to try it again and do the single segment clear. How many times have I tried to sheet an arrow? Very often. Very, very often. This isn't even the first level that we've had that experience with. And welcome, incidentally, Lecter. And yeah, Mr. All Games All Day. I didn't know if I would get to Super Discord World, but we played a couple of the individual levels in it from covering a number of the makers involved. Because I did have that noted down, and I wasn't quite sure. But definitely 1 to 3 YMM should be your priority. I did that 2 years ago, and I'm glad I got that out of the way. But we're burning too much time on this, because I was losing track of where I was. Yeah, so like I said, we have beaten this level before. I am trying to go for true ending now, and because it's definitely there to be taken, we just haven't done it yet. Yeah, dropping that out of the way opens up the bomb gate. That's what it does. Just opens it up by way of dropping the trampoline. Bomb gate to the left over here, and then we'll see what we can do. You just finished 1YM tonight, yeah. Yeah, the 3 of them are not long. Partly because, you know, the difficulty is pretty well tuned. Okay, let's get over here. Link having no Link skills is still weirding you out. Yeah, I know. But he's got this special ability, which is just, you know, bonking things with his head, I suppose. Like all those amiibo costumes. But yeah, we'd definitely run into trouble with playing Link like Link before. Especially if you think you can just bump into things with a shield or sword them. That has been a bit of a mental obstacle to trip over, for sure. Now, we've explored a couple of the 1-ups in this level on stream already, so I'm going to skip them if I can. And just go straight for completion. His doctor told him he couldn't do that anymore in Maker 2. Yeah, I know, and that's why he started just taking a sword to everything. And bouncing off the walls. Or the spike walls, for that matter. Dr. Mario told him that, yeah, and you'll notice that Dr. Mario wasn't rehired for Maker 2. Oh, this was inconvenient. Oh no, that's right, got it. We have access to another P-switch here anyway, so not too concerned. Given that the P-switch does let you make it through quickly. Yeah, we'll skip some of the 1-up content since we've found it. We know at this point that the boot is sufficient to get you across the suspension bridge over here. What is Grakowsky's code? Yeah, let me just post it. And let me just find it in my spreadsheet, because I do in fact have a spreadsheet. And I've got it on my Discord as well. Well, I will anyway. I've been jotting everything down as I go along. Let me dig this out here. Yeah, so he's listed as Squirrel, as you can see. He's actually not hard to find on the popular list. That's in fact how I found him, because I sort of ran into this profile and I thought, hey, wait a minute, that looks and sounds familiar. And there we go. But yeah, also on my Discord, like as I complete makers, I've been jotting down all of the codes, and I'll probably share some other things ahead as well. I just need to get some things organized. But yeah, if you want more recommendations, we'll keep in touch. There are definitely some makers you should see exhaustively, I would say, if you can. I mean, I don't know how active you were in Maker 1 while it was still alive. I kind of discovered a lot of the community content late. I kind of got back into Maker 1 right before Maker 2 came out. And then once I started streaming, I looked at things like 1 through 3 YMM completely. Just within the last 2 years, I think. Okay, let's not bomb the right side this time so we can actually walk these bombs across. And yeah, exactly, Mr. All Games All Day. This is... I feel like people in your position, and to some extent mine, are... Oh, no, lost a boot. You don't get another boot at this point. Let's redo it. Yeah, for the longest time I felt like I missed a train on the cool levels, and I feel like that's definitely a reason to, you know, share what we can while we can, and just kind of show people that there was a lot to this game, and a lot of it that just can't be recreated. You're telling me that I should stop saying your name. Say Agad or Magad. You see, the problem with Agad is that it actually makes me think of a chess YouTuber. And so you know, we can just keep saying Mr. All Games all day. Because then it's more like Mr. All Names all day. Mr. Senior All Games, the entirety of the whole day, exactly. Someone mentioned that YouTuber to you the other day and blew your mind. Yeah. I don't even follow him that closely, but he's very well known in the chess community as somebody who does some sort of introductory overviews of a lot of historical games for people who are just starting to take it seriously. Like, he's a YouTuber who's very frequently mentioned as an entry point into learning the game properly, and so it's Agad Mater, or however he pronounces it. And now you're associated with... Well, you see, here's the thing. Make all games great again, or whatever. So, I don't know how many of you ever followed Hearthstone, but in the first few years of Hearthstone, probably the most prominent Hearthstone streamer was a guy who went by Trump SC, because he's thinking in terms of like trump cards, like in card games. And the SC came from StarCraft, I think. Like, I was aware of him through the StarCraft community. Because, of course, you know, due to Blizzard, a lot of people kind of went over to Hearthstone. So, as you can imagine, around the 2016 election, if you had Hearthstone content going on in your social media diet, things were extra confusing. I don't know if he ever changed his name or anything like that, but out of pressure. But the thing is, his entire brand was already built at that point, right? Like, everybody just kind of knew him colloquially as Trump. I don't really know what happened to that, because, you know, I kind of fell out of Hearthstone by the time that became a problem. But anyway. There are worse fates for user statements on Twitch. Maybe. I don't know. When Hearthstone became too political, the thing is Hearthstone was always viciously political. Whoops. And, I mean, you say that jokingly, but the thing is, the whole Hearthstone China controversy in 2019 was something that I was actually very, very attentive to, because, well, for a whole number of reasons that I won't go into. Yeah, I'm actually... Oh, I guess you do lose the boot here. So maybe the boot's not the way to true ending after all, if this happens. Let's scout ahead, because I assumed the whole time that the boot was a true ending, but you actually can't take the boot past this point, can you? I guess you could take it past this point. I need to scout ahead to see if it's actually the case then, because I just assumed the whole time that would be it. And maybe it's not the answer, and maybe we've just been spending our time doing this needlessly. Because there's a Bowser segment at the end, but we missed the way to get up to the top of the flag. Document. I didn't watch Archer, but you're saying the first several seasons of spy organization was called ISIS. Yeah. Makes a lot of sense. I mean, I was just associated with the stretch of the river in Oxford, which was itself just named after the goddess. Okay, so this was the lock over here. So yeah, I assumed that the true ending passage was actually jumping off the boots in this location before he shut the gate, and I guess that's incorrect. Oh, maybe you can... Yeah, because then you lock yourself out this way. Oh, and then if you hit the P-switch like this, then what happens? I might have locked myself out, actually. Okay, maybe we can't see the true ending. I spent so much time on this already. That's okay. That's what happens when I experiment a little bit. Yeah, because I totally thought that it was like jumping off the boot to go up top here, and maybe there's an exit. We should actually check the banner. Although it won't reveal it here because this is in a subworld. At least I didn't softlock myself in the 1YM level. Mr. All Games All Day, or Magad or Agad or whatever. I actually do know for a fact there is, I think, one intentional softlock at the end of one of the 1YM, or one of the original YM levels. I don't remember which year. I think it was in Scarlet's. The Scarlet level where you basically get, you know, unceremoniously dumped out of Luigi's bum at the end or something. There is a soft lock in that. That is very, very much deliberate. Document, you messaged Bossman about a 1YM soft lock and he responded immediately. Oh, okay, so it wasn't a music level. Then I take it. So, yeah, looking at this, there is a pipe, as you can see. There's a pipe connection that takes you through. I know I can just take it into maker mode, but I kind of want to discover this organically to see if we can do it. But if it's not through the ending, then what is it? You know, let's try the boot method again. I still think it's probably the most possible, but there are a couple of hidden pipes that we never actually saw. As well as what looks like a blaster gate on the left side of that one. I don't know. There's clearly some kind of true ending that we haven't seen, and we have time to look at it, so. You don't think Bossmans would deliver it? Okay, yeah. Yeah, so I seem to recall that out of all the 1 to 3 YMM levels, there is precisely one that I think I didn't have the code for. Or rather, one that no longer worked because the maker was completely wiped. I don't remember who it was, but there was definitely one that was missing. Oh, also, if you played Saku's level that was the museum, like the museum that was references to all of the other levels, Saku actually recently circulated a text file, I think, that named all of the courses that were referred to in that level. So if you're curious about them, especially now that there are no longer any Miiverse comments, that actually is documented, in case you were curious, because I bet you must have seen that level by now if you played all of One White Man. And yeah, Luca, I mean, it's been very interesting to see his style develop, because you can see certain elements make an appearance right away, like his penchant for trying to use tracks and blocks to make faces and other shapes. And you can see kind of the origins of the puzzle style in a very, very limited format, you know, even as far back as September, October 2015. Although at that point it hadn't really been fully developed yet or anything. He doesn't really talk about his profile, but there was one level on it that was a super, super popular level that was basically, you know, a Portal level that was made in October 2015. And it almost certainly just exploded because it was like a very competent Portal level that actually had a few decent puzzle interactions, even though it looks simple to us now. Okay, Deku Tree. So we're going to try to keep the boot this time, which means not going into that pit that was on the left side. And I think we should be able to keep it. It's just that, you know, the passage is kind of hidden. It's not necessarily intuitive, but there is a spot that I definitely want to check. And yeah, Electric, now that you mention it, I think I did run into something with the volcano level as well. I don't know if it was a lock that I ran into necessarily, but something similar. Okay, and then, yeah, we'll just cross the bridge at this point. Yeah, there is a very specific location I want to check, it's just that... And we never did find this pipe, though. Now we know that we can cross up here, we just didn't manage to do anything with this either. Oh! Interesting, I hit something. That's okay, we'll grab this. And yeah, Luca, the thing about key devs is that something that has become extremely apparent as I played through a lot of these profiles is that things like safety coins were really not established as a community convention until pretty late. Rather notoriously, I did have a couple of full resets on a full 10-coin collection in Kjavik's Boo Ride level. We actually had to start over twice because I did in fact get a key death at the door, almost, on 2 consecutive runs. But in general, yeah, you can see that, you know, at that time it wasn't exactly clear that the safety coin would be the accepted community solution. So, wasn't something that we saw consistently by any means. Okay, so you can keep the boot as long as you don't trap yourself on the left side, so you kind of had to see that coming and not go for that interaction. And generally know where things are located. But we can keep the boot this late, which tells me that, whoa, okay, that was dangerous. Let's run this a bit. There we go. Maybe we can try this. Oh, well, no, let's not stand in that. Okay, now, I think this is doable. And we'll find out soon enough if that location is anything or if it's just blank. But it's too suspicious not to check. And even though there are a couple of ways in which you can totally lose access to this. Of course, we've seen some of this already, but that doesn't get you anything, to my knowledge. Let's not lose the boot this late in the game. Oh, look at this thing here to the left. Maybe you could have dropped out there after hitting the P-switch. No, it doesn't look like it, because you would just die, wouldn't you? Why is this a brick then? Why is this a brick? Because you can hit a P-switch, but then maybe that's just because it lets you jump out and die if you get locked. Maybe it's just, you know, an SD lock location or something. I'm not sure. It seems like we would want to drop this. Oh, and lost a boot. After all that work. Alright, we don't want to start a checkpoint. That was the jump where I needed to boot, and then we just lost it right there. Okay, let's try it again. We've been here for too long. If this isn't the secret path, then we'll bail on it. And maybe look at the maker mode after stream. I have been generally pretty good about secrets. Not quite 100%, because some of them have been through very difficult paths, but on other makers levels, I mean. I got a pretty good amount of secrets on completing all of Tetrateryx's levels last week, and that was kind of a major accomplishment, just given how esoteric some of those could be. And puzzles that were huge enough already. But yeah, we've only had to bail on a few things so far. And generally not too many. So, definitely want to discover what we can while we can. And back to the grove over here, back to the tree. And let's see. Drop this over here. And we'll try to keep it this time. Yeah, because we actually did check some of this previously, and oh, there's a pipe over there as well. Interesting. Did we know that? Or, oh yes, no, that's the pipe that is to the left of the big spike top climb, and that's the one where we know if we enter there, that's just power-ups, and we would in fact lose the boot by trying it. Okay, so this time we will try to keep the boot and not get shot in the face, but so we can also do that. And just come through here. Anyway, let's get over here. And down. Oops. Okay, let's try it again, and this time we'll try not to be too reckless. That was reckless. Okay. That's fine, we'll just do the speed here. It might not even be keeping the boot, but the thing is, you know, keeping the boot does signify that you've done everything from the start. Since the boot is unavailable to you past the bridge. It's just such a suspicious location that we have to check it. The jump at the end right before Bowser. Because if it's not that, I'm not sure what it could be. Because I didn't seem to see any true ending passage out of Bowser's segment itself. What do we... Oh yeah, we needed to open up the bombs over here, that's right. Oh, and we went too far and respawned the spring, okay. Let's try to remain relatively focused here. And we lost a P-switch, okay. Okay. We need a reset door somewhere. Let's just restart. And head over this way. Okay, and then we just wrap down here. We spawn the bombs. Let's walk this over. And over. Yeah, it's this turnaround here that kind of gives you the sword, I think. You dash, you turn like that. Interesting. I was wondering how I got that earlier. There's a lot to the amiibo costumes in general that I just never knew about when it comes to animations and sprite artwork. Let's get through here. You'll notice that the design of the tree there matches what we have here as we apparently entered a dark world. That was something I didn't really pay attention to previously, that, you know, we actually are in a dark world tree over here that matches what we have going on at the other side, so... Okay, let's go through here and then continue. I mean, I could be totally wrong about the pipe location, but if I am, we'll find out. And, oh, let's not lose the bomb here, although we wouldn't have lost a boot, so that's okay. That's acceptable. Oh, except we have bomb problems now. Over there. Let's kick it across from here. There we go. Almost lost a boot, but we got it. Yeah, everything is kind of conspicuously doable with the boots. All the way up to the ending, which tells me that we do need to keep it. It just makes a lot of sense that a secret placement would be behind that. Even if there are a few unfortunate ways to lose the boot up to that point. No, a few unfortunate ways to lose the boot up to that point. Okay, let's do this again. This is taking me surprisingly long for such a simple level, because we've just been choking so deep into it. And if it's not even the answer at the end, then, well, instead of regret our life choices when we get there. Anyway. Yeah, it's simple. I mean, don't commit, it's entirely possible that spending an entire week playing all of John's levels has, like, completely warped my perspective on simplicity, but... Whoops. But yeah, one thing I was talking about earlier before everybody came in was that it's kind of interesting that Grakowsky as well, in not just this level, but also the first one that he made, which was Metroid Tribute, was, like many makers, quite interested in these sort of very large, open, exploratory formats. In some ways, I almost wonder if Maker 1 launching without checkpoints for the first few weeks was beneficial. This was post-checkpoint. This was a 2016 level, and it has checkpoints, obviously, as you can see, but it kind of seems like a certain tolerance for long stretches persisted past the checkpoint patch in Maker 1 in a way that Wasn't really the case with the way everything seemed to go shorter in Maker 2 in the community at large. Anyway, let's pop this. And punch through in the bottom. Okay, then over here, across the bridge. We'll try not to choke to anything too trivial. Yeah, past this point, there's no more boot. Which again strongly implies to me we should keep it at all costs. Specifically because it's not needed. Switch drops the skates. And yeah, we'll be careful about the bombs so we don't kick one to the right unnecessarily. But of course, you can only do so much with the make a one wall bounce sometimes. Okay. There we go, that's convenient. Early in Maker 1 there wasn't much focus on fast challenging performance, exactly. Probably because the people making it weren't great at it yet. Yeah, it seems like, you know, by the time Maker 2 rolled around, it was already a little bit of social sorting in some ways when it came to difficulty. And that persisted even as a lot of new people came in. I mean, there were all kinds of social dynamics going on with the launch of Maker 2 that contributed to its norms, and I think, you know, certainly the transition from places like Reddit to Twitch live streaming as being the major hub for makers had a big part to play in that, especially with some of the time pressure that's applied by formats like viewer levels. But definitely, you know, even things like the kind of consistent spawn control that you get from scroll stop, for instance, just disincentivizes a lot of open formats which are just kind of notoriously difficult to debug if you have things that are dependent on certain spawning ranges. Okay, now let's not get hit by fire, let's not get hit by the blaster either, because it does fire shell. We'll have to be extra careful. We should just jump this right away, except we know something's going to fall, so we don't want the blaster to fall on our heads just as we're going over. Can we trigger this yet? There we go. Okay. And then, yeah, nearly got hit by the shell. Interestingly enough, you totally could have worn that as a shell, I bet. Okay, what's here? Yes, absolutely. I thought so. Absolutely. Okay. Exactly where I thought it would be. That's always satisfying when you just kind of hazard a guess at something from the available contextual information and it just works out. Anyway. All the way down and through. I just had a feeling about that. And it worked out, so. Thank you for the GGs. Lantis, welcome. Lantis, I still have to play all of yours. I do have your code and I intend to fit that in if I can. So just be aware of that we'll be showing off as much of yours as possible as well at some point over the next few weeks if I squash that into the schedule. Okay, we took our time with that partly because I was breezing through the profile so far, but next we're going to take a look at Bowser Jr.'s Maniacal Power Plant. And this is much later. This is after a gap of several months from February over here to June. Atlantis, you are in the office, so you only lurk? Yeah. Well, I hope we're making your office experience ever so slightly more pleasant. Yeah, I find that, as a viewer, Mario Maker is kind of particularly good background if you want some background streaming going on, because occasionally, your eye just catches something interesting, and even if you're not fully attentive. That's a viewing experience anyway. I just find it's in some ways much better for that in most games. I mean, sometimes, I'm actually playing video games on one screen, and I've got a Maker stream open on the other. Anyway, Bowser Jr.'s Maniacal Power Plants. So yeah, for those who joined us late, we've really kind of seen this style develop. That must have been an interesting experience, incidentally, with, like, if this was made by a 7-month-old baby, this would have been a 4-month-old at the time that Maker launched, and, and that one could squeeze out these levels anyway is definitely a commitment. So, a sign of commitment. Atlantis, you're saying your old Maker 1 levels are trashy, you didn't delete them. That's okay. We expect that experience from time to time, and it's still interesting to see how people develop their style. Also, Atlantis, I totally found it fascinating that both you and Waryutsu kind of like independently had these dual Koopa escort co-op levels. Yours and 1YMM, I think, and then Waryutsu kind of had his own take on the concept that was, I think, just sort of independently made. Because I was playing Waryutsu's level, I was thinking, this looks really familiar, even though I don't think I've necessarily played it at a time, and I realized I was thinking of your level. So we're not supposed to go here yet, or maybe that's a sound effect for the sake of a sound effect. Because it's the power plant, and you are breaching the threshold. Oh, one-way panel's over here, so you can't just run into smokestacks. So I think that's just a warning system that we're actually supposed to enter the building and grab a Shelmet, quite conveniently, instead of dying to it. Okay, down we go into the factory. And the mushroom is going to be sent somewhere. I think that's just a mushroom that's meant for flavor more than anything. SMB3 Castle has a tile set that seems particularly popular for this. Mecha Bowzilla uses it. Pink Birdo's Mecha Birdo level also uses it. There's something about this tile set in particular that I think, with the semi-solids and with the color scheme and everything, just makes it particularly conducive to these factory ideas. It does feel industrial, exactly. I'm getting electrocuted on the electric fence, exactly. You need to turn it off and then you let the Tyrannosaurs out. Or the Velociraptors, rather. One of the two. And we'll have to have a key at some point. Notable, in fact, that this is the first Grakowsky level to involve key doors. Chronologically speaking. And then, so we have a coin collection over here. I feel like we should use the Koopa shell to hit that question block on the right side. We'll just follow it down. Yeah. So maybe we can jump it if we're careful. Nope, we're gonna lose it. Nope. Probably should have tried to get ahead of it, but we'll try it again. We see that coin down below, of course. We don't mind that yet. We'll just go this way, pull it over, and then hit in this location, and then fire. Oh, just one up. Yep, that's good. We like discovering things like that. and so pretty exhaustively. Now the levels already. Anyway, would the Koopa shell be useful for something else? That's something we should keep in mind in case we want to take it up here for some reason. But it looks like a coin collection is purely for this key door. Which tells me... Whoa, okay, nearly wrecked by that. But we'll take the POW with us, you never know when it might be useful. Yeah, here for instance, you can just grab this and then... Interestingly enough, you could take damage through there, but then we know with the mushroom coming down that this is actually just the bottom of the entry segment, I'm pretty sure. So, probably, yeah, because of all one-way panels, you can't actually get up there anyway. On either side. Notably, because this is Maker 1 rules, you duplicate the POW by taking it back here when it's a pipe spawned object. Now, let's come through here. And yeah, this is just a day at the office. Squash him. That's actually a bad idea. Let's just smack him this way. He's just 4 little working bones. And we have a key available over here for this door on this side of the power plant, but oh, interestingly enough, is there one-way panel blocking this side? There is not. Which tells me that if we took the spring, we could wrap around this side. And we should in fact see if there's anything there. Although if we lock ourselves all the way over to the other side, well, I mean, that might not be ideal, but... And, yeah, it's the Atlantis guy, too. You say the entire Maker 1 community has come together. Well, I wouldn't say entire, but, you know, definitely see signs of an underground line of communication. I'm going to be careful with the one-way panels here so we don't get stuck across. I just wanted to check if we can get into the pipe. I guess not. But if we come across here... Yeah, there are a couple of one-way panels that prevent you from jumping over. We lost access to the power much earlier, obviously, but I don't think that was really meant to be taken anyway. If we see some reason to look for... Oh, we despawned it. Look for a pipe later. We'll check that, because it is a mildly suspicious location. But instead, we'll continue this way. And hit checkpoint. And, oh, whoops. Totally didn't see the Koopa. I was too busy watching everything on the right over here. Kind of like a miniature take on the Reznor fights in Super Mario World Fortresses, but not quite. It's really just, you know, a junior here. Making some kind of point about how Koopas are born in chains. Koopas are born free and they put themselves in chains. Oops. Like this one to the left over here, who's going to stay well out of our way. I wonder if there's some kind of reason for True Ending to keep the helmet. There might be, given how our experience with the Zelda level and keeping the boot went. Now, do we just wait here for the bombs? Yes, we do. Notice that if we had carried a spring all the way here, we would be able to go up to the pipe. Because if this is just a goal, then that tells me that we should have kept a spring. And that maybe there's something additional over there. Because we totally could have kept it if we hadn't despawned it earlier. But the fact that we despawned it and the fact that there is a blaster gate over here tells me I do have to finish the level first. That's okay, we'll do it. And then... Mario just turns into super mincemeat. We'll do it again. We'll escort the spring to the end. I didn't know, of course, that that would be the interaction. But we'll see it. Yeah, simple and flavorful. Yeah, so this is this massive delivery vehicle here that you can see. We should pay attention to more of this aesthetic stuff, as you can see. I think it's just employees entering the factory and some of them just being indiscriminately crushed because of, I don't know, union regulations or something. Unless they're being delivered as parts, but I think they're actually being delivered as employees. They're just being bussed in from the Bowser Gulag or something. I don't know. Anyway, we've violated the security of this facility, and then we'll re-enter. Safety helmet. Maybe not the safest way to put on a safety helmet, but you know, if you don't pass that test, then you're not getting far. Anyway, we'll keep everything we can, but it looks like it's mostly just a spring that get us to the end. And of course, there's no exit from the goal either, so I'm sure it's just something like a bonus room. It's not going to connect to the goal through some second passage. That was nearly a problem once again in our heads. That's okay. Let's do this one. And yeah, this we know. And we know the one up here too. That's okay. Interestingly enough, oh no, that's just the end. So yeah, really pass through that. And just one more to the top right. I was wondering where we picked up a mushroom. I suppose it must have been a checkpoint. Oh. We can of course just whip this guy too, but with the out here. And Lecter, gotta simply bring the kids to the pool. You know, I don't know if you know the XKCD comic about reversed euphemisms. But if you know the XKCD comic about dropping off the kids at the pool, that was just the first thing that came to mind. You mean you have to literally drop off the kids at the pool? Yeah, exactly. So, have fun. Okay, we're gonna keep the spring. After absconding with it here. And we can just pass through over here and take it all the way with us. I'm pretty sure there isn't going to be any kind of complication with it, but we'll find out. Yeah, so let's, first of all, be careful with not despawning it. That seems to be the most important thing here. And Junior will just get crushed. Okay. Guess he should have updated his safety measures. We'll just jump over this guy. Let's not get crushed. That would be bad. It would also be a case of not learning by example. Almost feels like there's a slight offset to those, but that's okay. Anyway, alarms are going off everywhere, and we don't mind. Because... oh, there's gonna be fire coming down, but that's okay. Yeah, it's actually... oh, based on your horizontal position in terms of when the photo boost spawns in. That's okay, we'll go down. And look at that. The executive party room. Every time I see this effect, I realize how much I actually miss this effect. And look at that, we're actually walking backwards this time. I don't think we did it last time, did we? Oh, maybe we did. Who knows? But that was sufficiently warped. We had a safety helmet and everything. We're okay. No problem. Mario Science Testing Facility 2. So yeah, this is the sequel to the level that earlier was the big portal tribute, which was the one that is responsible for the vast majority of the likes in this profile. And which was why it caught my attention at this profile on the whole, was that it's more popular than Grakowsky will let in on, given that he never really talks about his Maker 1 record much. It turns out that he made this uber popular portal tribute in the first weeks of the game. A sign of things to come, including a year and a half later in Mario Science Testing Facility 2. Let's see if we just wind up on the moon or something this time. Okay. Let's go over here. Oh. And up the tower. Actually, yeah, it's directly a sequel to the previous level in that this is what the exit to the previous level looks like. And it looks like we've moved our way back into Aperture Science. Now, we also did notice previously that every time we saw a statue like that, that consistently did signify a 1-up. And that continues over here. Anyway, test chamber number 1. Just so you're attentive to the doors. Test chamber number 2, we take the POW, and then we just trade. And yeah, I guess that would be required. And I was just wondering if this would give me sufficient height as well. It does not. Next, number 3. I love how it places a coin at the end of each one just to give you a bit of a satisfying bling as you enter each room. Oddly enough, without using the sound effects. Yeah, so we just used a piece which is multiple times in succession. And we just chain it down. And let's see what happens when we enter with the P-switch still active. Oh, guess we can't have the P-switch still active. Alright, we found that out the hard way. I guess that's what the coin is really for, just as a P-switch blocker, in fact, since we don't have P-blocks in this game. Number 4. Same idea, I think chaining a P, except we do need to weave away back. They're just verifying that the player understands this concept. And we'll grab the POW on the other side, and then... yeah, it basically combines ideas from the previous rooms in that. You would then take this through here. It just combines concepts to which we've already been introduced. And here's checkpoint plus a mushroom check. And yeah, again, cycling the P multiple times will be the key here with this cut-a-lock. Well, if you do that, then you would need to move back over. Then, back this way. And then you do need to POW in this location in order to get across. Oh, and then you have to wait for the P-switch, as before. Notice that we will have P-doors in the next room, our first set of P-doors in this profile. Okay, so next we're going to hit the P-switch and again kind of cycle it around using the P-door this time. It's the same interactions before, really, it's just using the P-doors. So we can't just sit around and let them expire. And of course, if you lose access to this spring here, that might potentially be an issue. Oh, yes, it is an issue. Yeah, we should have thought about that. Let's reset it. Because with this coming down, what we actually need to do is place the spring over here to keep this gate open after a given reset, I think. Although if you enter this room with a P-switch still active, it doesn't necessarily work. Basically, oh, whoops. Yeah, I wanted to keep it open. Not that that does anything, because you could jump around and then carry the spring over here. Okay, not actually that useful, but what you can do after one additional P-switch is kind of... Yeah, you actually just need one additional P-switch and then you do this interaction, so I think I know what to do. We should have taken the spring with us, though. That was a mistake. And then, yeah, we wait for the P-switch to expire, and then we come into this room, and then we start it over. With a proper reset. So yeah, you take the spring over to the left. You jump back over, you hit the P the second time. And then... that interaction... Okay, yeah, I think I see it. Come over here. Actually, no, there's a problem with that. There is a problem with this. Yeah. With the idea I had in mind. Essentially, you do need this, you would zoom through here. You know, after the P-switch expires, the blaster should go down from the collision with the block just knocking it out. Which means that after the second P-switch, we just wait it out, and we're fine. I think. Or, no, actually, because it's a... Oh, that's interesting. That the coin block interaction here doesn't kill the blaster, because isn't it still a block at this point? That's interesting, that the overlap doesn't do that for you necessarily. Yeah, we actually needed that particular timing to basically grab the POW and run back to the left. Right, because you need a P-switch active to keep the blaster gates open on the right side, so it doesn't fall down the conveyor. That's the kind of ending condition that we're looking for. Why don't we just take this through with us for a moment? And actually, if you're really quick, you can just run over to P-switch immediately and maybe freeze the conveyor that way. Let's check it. Yep. Okay. Needed to be a little speedy there, but got it. And can I even just take the POW with me? Let's do that. In case it's helpful. We've got 59 seconds, so. Checkpoints. And you're obviously not supposed to have the POW here, probably, but if it's useful for some kind of secret exit later, we'll take it. It's gotta be the 1-up. As expected. Anyway, down we go. And yeah, this is kind of like the final passage in Portal 2 in some ways. And now he's on a track, so the POW's not going to help. Fortunately, let's zone this out for the moment. You know, we can just jump into him and whack him. And grab the key. Oh! Hang on. We don't really have the time to look at this, but there is a reset that we can do for carrying items across. We've got 11 seconds, we're not going to do the end progression here. Oh, we totally could have just hit the P-switch here and reset across. 4 seconds remaining, and then let's see what this was. There's something in the end. Anyway, having the extra power here helped a great deal. Probably much more than it should have. Oh, and yeah, you're given POWs anyway, in fact, so it's not really even an issue. And yeah, he'll just bop himself. That's good. Works for me. And then we'll need to reset through this, have a E-switch, loop back in. Sure, let's take POW instead. And we'll just head up. It's got to be reasonably close to the ending. Didn't exactly know which item was ideal to take across here, but oh, look at that. It's going to be a heartbreaking experience. As we drop this. And the heart just sinks. And yet we'll celebrate. Okay, that's another one down. Now, one last one to go. Mario Ninja Warrior. This looks more platformy, but we could be wrong. And this is actually just a 50%, so we'll do it quickly. And we'll probably have time left for an additional maker after this one today. Okay, let's go over here. And alright. Yeah, I guess one of those levels where, you know, you actually do need to platform, as you said, is soft, easy resets everywhere, and so high clear rate as a result. Luckily, we know how to do a couple of these things by now, I would hope. We watch our positioning here a little more accurately. And celebrations abound. Not grabbing these anytime soon, but Nope, hang on. There we go, and then I suppose I should run into it. Makes a lot more sense to do that. We just need to fit into that slot over here as we fall down on it directly. Okay, and then we'll wrap around over here. And it's just Squirrel jumps and twirls, nothing too significant. We should check this, of course. No. I don't know, there's just a studio audience here. Now, we're not exactly doing this for speed, but if we were, we want to hit everything in that location. Oops. There we go. And then, not died a timeout or something. Refreshing special, look at that. And I believe that's 100% on this profile. So. Yeah, kind of an interesting look at the state of things years ago. You can really see some of the early puzzle room concepts take root in just the simplest form. And a lot of that aesthetic sensibility as well. In just a few small selections. Okay, we're going to look at somebody else in just a moment. I'm going to dig into my codes and pick something that can be reasonably done in a shorter amount of time. So just give me one moment and we'll dig around. And in fact, I've got a totally full followed list of bakers as well. So we'll grab something in here. I'll have to remind myself to actually change the stream title when I pick somebody, so I'll just be a minute and we'll get it done. I have to scroll around a little bit first, but we'll have somebody for you in just a moment. Okay, I've got somebody. So this is a profile that I have played completely before. Let me just bring it up on the main screen and change the stream title once things load up. Okay, this is Jocchan. Now, this is somebody I actually did play completely back in the day and wanted to revisit because that would have been long before I ever had a capture card, and I do want to stream some old favorites on my end as well. Most of these levels are more on the traditional end, but I remember some of them having a great deal of flavor to them aesthetically, and there's one in particular that I remembered extremely well that I want to get to and show off, which was this one over here, Wario and Waluigi the Bank Heist. We'll work towards that. This is just a small set of levels. This is also a maker who I think was only briefly active in Maker 2, but was one of the more impressive ones that I was familiar with in Maker 1 with the community that I connected with at the time, which wasn't, you know, quite the core Maker scene, but which still had some pretty interesting creations nevertheless. So we're going to start all the way back on day 3 of the game in 2015. Day 4, I suppose, with the cube, 9 rooms, 9 challenges. And yeah, I remember that this profile was just kind of consistently high quality. I don't have any clear flags on it, as you'll see, because one thing that I've discovered over the course of playing Maker 1 again in the past few weeks is that for some reason clear flags and stars past a certain number of years, I think, just aren't preserved for whatever reason. So there's definitely been a loss of record somewhere along the way, but that just means we'll have to experience the pleasure of running all of these all over again. So I think these are manageable enough that we can do the whole set, so let's do it. The cube, 9 rooms, 9 challenges. And I wonder if these hold up and are as good as I remember, because of course I've played much, much more Maker since then. And yeah, number 1, hit the P-switch, drop through here, and then I guess we'll eventually come through this corner. And if you lock yourself out, you just respawn through the door for the P-switch, so... Oh, I see. So you do in fact need to do things relatively quickly to get access to the fire flower. Okay, room 3 over here, and then we'll just wait for the bomb detonation, which was going to cause problems, but yeah, then you walk a bomb over here eventually. Notice that this opens up quite a few passages. So it's kind of like a spatial memory level as far as I can tell. I can't really go through here, although this is Maker 1. I'm going to test if we can make our way through it while small. I think it's only through the bottom tile, right? Or yeah, it's only through the bottom tile, so we can't actually make it through that pipe at any point, which means that we should go back and see what else is here. No entries through, but in this pipe, let's wrap around in here. We know where the fire flower is if we wrap around, and we do get one here as well. Whoa, okay. Yeah, never mind. Yeah, this is blocked. This looks like a bomb location eventually. Yeah, there's some kind of spatial memory that we should be taking with us. Room to room, perhaps, because right now this seems to signify something we totally can't get unless we hit a P-switch, perhaps. Oh, look at that, a P-switch. But yeah, we've come through here through the corner of the initial room that we went in a while ago, and we can pop this to open up the gate, basically, and if we do that, then P-switch will take us down below. As expected. Just a 1-up. But I thought it would probably be the case. So let's just continue through here with the P-state active. Oh, we actually do want a P-state to be active in order to go down here to open up that pipe. So, oh, whoops, except now at this point we're in trouble. In quite a great deal of trouble. Even if we do the work here, we're up the P-switch this way. We'll continue. And, oh, that's not something we should enter, that's just a bomb. That'll walk all of the bones over, though. Now, why would we want to do that? I guess it lets you theoretically re-enter the top, and then... Ah, yes, because eventually we do need to kick bombs through all the way to the right. Bombing this location, of course, would allow the mushroom to come in, but I kind of feel like positionally that's not likely to happen. Just... Oh, whoops. Wait for this. And this. we'll continue through here, and that's the flag. Yeah, for something that was, again, in the first week of the game, pretty reasonable. Don't trust the coins. So, from the title and from what I distantly recall, I think we just, follow the instruction here and don't trust the coins, but we'll find out. Yeah, similar in spirit, I suppose, to that one particular challenge level in SMM1 that's all about not touching coins. As you can see here, if you touch the coins, you just fall into the abyss and nothing's going to save you. Not the abyss, just into the lava. Oh, maybe we shouldn't touch those. Okay, no, it's just because... Yeah, it's not particularly vicious, it's not going to kill you right away, it's just that if you jump up towards it, you hit the boo. And yeah, the coins just try to lead you into traps all over the place, and... presumably, yeah, but if you follow the coins, it just leads to the swamp, so... Yeah, very relaxed level for traditional players that, never kills you outright, it's just kind of signals in advance what development passages are going to be. Now, it could be any of the top two here. And we'll see. Can't get up here yet. Or at all. And this is going to tell you that that's a trap as well, so let's go to the middle. Oops, nope. Yeah, I suppose we, came in at a diagonal such that this didn't hit anything, but this probably hits you a boo as well. And if we pop the other one, wherever it was, I would kind of wonder if we can go left over here and see what that's all about. Although maybe we shouldn't, because again, don't trust the coins. Yeah, because notice that, well, yeah, it just shows you that it goes towards the burner. If your camera position isn't helping you out already. Interesting. Yeah, so generally we just don't touch the coins if we avoid it. I'll just kind of give you an anti-signal here, so to speak, and no, that doesn't seem that avoidable, but it just shows you where the Potawatomi passage is going to be, and we're totally going to miss that twice. Let's not stand in the fire. And yeah, so we skip these ones because they'll just fall into locations that we'd rather not dive into. Oh, whoops. Made it all the way to the X, only to die to that. Imagine that. Now, of course, this is early enough in the life of the game that it's obviously pre-checkpoint. But yeah, you can just basically speed through once you know what's going on and read it accurately. You kind of navigate, or have to navigate our way through this slowly. We can't quite rush it without some of that initial speed. Alright, let's continue this way. And yeah, that's obviously getting you nowhere fast. This, however, will give you a leaf, which is wonderful because it means you can fly all kinds of unknown locations that would normally be traps, but which might give us something fun. Like over here. Is there a secret? I suppose there is. In its own little way, just a mushroom, okay. Not that significant, but we'll come over here and maybe warp zones away. All the way up top. Or maybe it's just a... no, here it is. Oh, this probably just takes you backwards through this area, though. Maybe. And yeah, actually this just gives you a 1-up, but, you know, it's a satisfying optional passage, I'm glad we revealed. We'll just make sure we skip over the swamps over here. And we can make it all the way over up top, and then yeah, this actually just lets you skip most of the level like this, and then we can just float our way down, and that makes for a pretty efficient clear. Okay, let's keep going. Super Dude Brothers 2. 1-1 and 1-2. Oh yes, this was like an old web forum in-joke or something. From way back in the early 2010s for this Contra fan game. Or parody fan game that I think was never actually completed to fruition. I remember that was the backstory behind this, and that the levels were ported here, I suppose, at some level of faithfulness, but I'm not too familiar with the original project myself, but I seem to recall that that was the basis for this little duology here. So, let's see. Okay, helicopter. Well, that's going to load you in, but you can't exactly jump up there yet. Unless, of course, you try to go for a shell jump here, just because we're silly enough to try to go. Oh, no, you know what? You can just jump up this cannonball, and you can totally make it up there. On the copter, now that we can trust the coins again. And yeah, this is, whoops, indeed some optional contents to look at. One up, and then what do we have here? Looks like that's something that's reachable by cape. Probably only by cape. Not by cape, by feather, rather. And only by feather. So if we get a feather, we'll check the top left if we remember to do so. Dude. Dude bro, I suppose. Oops. That's okay. We're right by another flower, and then we'll just jump these because we don't even need a flower to do that. In fact, we can't hit those that way. So now this segment over here, you can't really reverse through though, so if there is a way to get up to the top left, we need to find it pretty soon. And perhaps there is no way to do it. Looking at this now. Unless there's an additional sequence up here. No, it doesn't really look reachable. I think that's just maybe a pipe that dumps you back down to the start or something. Rather than a destination that we can reach for the time being. So let's go back this way. Oh, there we go. Key-switch, interesting. Oh, okay, no. It actually gives you a leaf, and as long as we don't lose it, that will allow us to fly to the left side. As we don't get stuck behind any Koopas first. Then we can just use a conveyor belt to get up there as long as we are careful about it. Nope, we're not careful about it. Okay. Was that just a one off of a leaf? I don't even remember if we got that off a block or a pipe, but... That's too bad. Missed an opportunity, apparently. Yeah, this was just a one. That's unfortunate. Almost kind of want to restart to see that, but... Yeah, that's really too bad. I suppose if you led some of those cannonballs all the way over, then perhaps that would get you far enough. I'll have to go back and see. Yeah, because there's this high cannonball here, and I don't know if that will give us sufficient height once we make it across here, but no, I don't think so. Oh, right, because the helicopter goes here. Yeah, no, that's not high enough. Not nearly. However, maybe we can break some of this. Nope, I guess not. Helicopters don't go down that easily. Anyway, there was definitely a way to grab the leaf and go left, so let's keep that in mind. Let's just complete more if we can, and then we'll go back and do it that way again to check the top left pipe afterwards, since this whole thing's fairly relaxed, and we'll definitely give ourselves the latitude to explore some optional content as we go. Anyway, here's the party room in the bar. I'll exit the bar onto this side, and what does this give you? Nope. Able to wrap around over there. But we'll eventually be able to cut through this shell going left. Once again, really have to appreciate these big sprawling layouts. Ah, yes, okay. That just gives you the P-switch here again, so... I guess the arrow tells you... Well, I mean, we just kind of connected back to the previous location. Interestingly enough, P-switch does get you in here, so... Quite a few non-linear passages and secrets everywhere. I bet that given that this just gives you one of them, might also be true of the... Tanuki Tail passage to the top left. The raccoon suit gate. And yeah, due to zone to spawn blocking, this does unlock a gate for you as you go. With the blasters dropping into that position. Okay, maybe that wasn't the best idea, but we'll do it. Looks like this is breakable with something that we don't have access to right now. Oh yeah, bomb, okay. Of course. And another bomb down there. Let's open it up when we can. Put out a fire flower here. I guess that still opens up the passage to the door, so let's go for it. And that gives you more lives that we will throw away carelessly. Okay, let's jump up. And yeah, needed a Koopa over here. Oh, luckily the level will just give us one. The bomb will open up this segment here. Now, why would we want that? Because we want to kick the bomb down, presumably. Nope. No, this just opened up. We just didn't look at it properly. Oh, and that's the gate already. The ending, rather. Yeah, I bet it's possible. You know what? We're not doing it that way, obviously. Oh. Maybe we should just get to clear at this point, but if we don't get to clear, we can check the leaf area at the beginning. Yeah, because I suppose you're supposed to let this... Oh, you know what? You can do this too. It's even better. This is not built around the expectation of shell jumps, obviously. Not in this part of 2015 in a traditional level. To a certain extent, a great number of Mario Maker players, until they saw Kaizo levels in action for the first time, didn't know that such a thing as a shell jump existed. Anyway, that's just chapter 1-1. There is a second part to this. I don't know if we followed the story that closely. Got unloaded by a helicopter, went to the bar, and the rest was history. But let's see the second part. Interesting thumbnail on this one, too. Okay, so there's this entry point over here and a delivery vehicle. And then more raids today. We've been very heavily raided today. Hope Sonic has been going well over there, and thank you so much for the follow. Okay, opening this gate. Now, why would we do that? Because... Oh, it's a passcode system, I bet. It is a passcode system. We actually haven't seen much of this so far in showing off Maker 1, but this is exactly what it is. That you see these symbols down here. Each of them correspond to one of these, and then if you punch them in a certain order, then you get a bomb that breaks this open, because of course this is a pre-checkpoint level. And I've been talking so far in playing this series about how a couple of different pre-checkpoint levels and you know, these passcode systems like this, but we haven't actually gotten to show one off until now, so we'll hopefully get the passcode so I can actually show that at some point. There totally is a passcode save on this. Yeah, I'm glad we finally found a level that has it, because I've been talking about it so much. Just, you know, in the first few weeks of the game, before checkpoints were patched in, people were discovering this stuff. And... Oh, whoops, that was a mistake. Let's not let the shell wake up, of course. Oh, whoops. Never mind. Although we totally could have hit that question block down below with the shell we had. Anyway. I've been getting so many raids today. You folks are going to make me stay on much longer than expected. Possibly. But yeah, for anybody new here, we normally run Maker 2 here, but since January we've been running Maker 1 since the server shutdown is happening in April. Oh, okay, I blocked this off. I guess, no, we do need to hit the P switch, that's why. And so, I've been going through lists of makers, some of them recommended, some of them old favorites, in my notes from way back, which was the case with this maker here. And this was back when I had no connection to the community whatsoever, and was just kind of finding some other levels of my own. So this is a bit of a change from some of the other ones that we had been covering recently, which were mostly for makers who were much more connected to various community projects. And yeah, MGM1, I very much appreciated. Didn't know that Sonic 06 was drawing such a great audience over there today, but I'm sure you'll certainly take it. I was spawning everywhere. Now, why would we want that? We'll find out. There's a number 2 here. Yeah, there's a particular backstory to this that I'm just unaware of, and we don't have the context to explain it, so... Oh, interestingly, yeah, no, we can just stack it. We can just stack it, because if you stack a couple of POWs, then you can make it upstairs, like this. Hit this and grab a 1-up. That's all it is. And MGM1, you said it drew 2 people, your friends who were fans. Well, 2 fans are better than 1. You're almost done 100%ing that game. It seems like you've been at it for quite some time. I really have no context whatsoever for Sonic 06 and how big an undertaking that is, but must have been quite an effort if you've been at it for this long. So yeah, recently we've just been running Mega 1 here, but this week, because of side order, I will be substantially switching to Splatoon. One of the few things that have been able to pull me from Maker 1. I think this to the left is just a hint system that's telling you what you should be trying to set up here, but then we need to find irrelevant objects. In general, actually, this level is just kind of outright telling you what you need for the various gates. I mean, this was very early in Maker 1. I'm not surprised that some people would perhaps want that kind of assistance. If they just don't know a lot of the basics. Yeah, MGM1, we finally caught up on After Alterna last week after putting it off for ages, because I did do the rest of the Splatoon 3 campaign all the way to 100% back when the game came out. And then I just never got around to finishing the post-game stage, because we just kind of put it off. And so we ran that last week, and then that kind of got me back into Splatoon in a rather big way. I don't really stream it, that's the thing. I mostly play it off-stream, and that's probably why you're unaware that I've actually followed this series quite closely ever since it first came out. And yeah, denial everywhere here. Again, there is some kind of backstory to this, and we just don't know it. Okay, P-switch, of course, is just going to drop everything there, but we can't go back there anyway, so something will drop through this column. Wiggler chase. Oh, should have built up a bit more of a run there as soon as I saw the flumps. That's okay. Again, oh, there is a checkpoint flag here. Then why was there also a passcode system, I wonder? Maybe the passcode system was like a remnant of an earlier version or something. Yeah, I didn't realize this one was actually after the checkpoint patch, even though we hit the checkpoint flag, obviously. Or maybe the passcode at the beginning gives you something completely different. I thought it was a passcode lock, though. Absolutely looked like it. Well, if we can see it, we will. Yeah, so you can open all this up, and then P-switch will chain to the next P-switch. That we know. But then we don't really need that if we're quick. Yeah, and we'll eventually need to loop back here to have that double trampoline. By the looks of it. And the level's going to beep at me like crazy. We should actually leave this open. We can, we know it's just blocks at this point. Oh, or maybe not. Because we might continue up there momentarily. Anyway, kind of the Wiggler chase, whoops. Well, this way lies madness. But then we reverse through everything by the looks of it, unless... Oh, pipe stacking, that's right, okay. I keep forgetting to account for pipe stacking until we see it. Because it actually gives you a shortcut all the way back to the start, which is nice. This is the kind of thing you can't do anymore, just with reverse passages being delicately disguised in this way, just from pipe stacking being a thing. Of course, now this isn't quite enough. We do need 2, so let's walk around and see if we can find the other. Seems like there's something else I haven't opened up here yet. We'll see, because perhaps we need to break open some of this ice by now. We'll see how we can do it. I guess the only way to proceed is to go back through here. Oh, maybe this isn't pipe stacking, it's just matched like this. Huh. Curious. I wonder if I did lock myself out somehow then. Can't be right. Yeah, because we need 2 here, but we don't really have a way to get it. Maybe we did find a lock. Looks suspiciously like a lock, unless we ditched the spring at some point. Yeah, very curious. Maybe we did find a lock. And I don't know how we did it. Well, let's just think about this for a moment and see if we can fish ourselves out. Somehow. It did feel like something was dependent on having broken this in advance, like if the question blocks spawned a bomb or something. Or perhaps the level, for some reason, didn't expect to be in here at this point. Possibly even because of that pipe-stacked exit. No, that's not gonna work. Well, I mean, that's not a technique I'd know anyway, so... I think we should just take damage and respawn from checkpoint and see what we can do. Because I believe I did in fact lock myself here, and, you know, it's... Oh, or maybe you jump off this diagonal. Nah, it's way out of position. Let's just get shot. Yeah, I think that was a lock, and I believe it had something to do with the way I reversed myself out of the right side. Because why were there ice blocks all over here? Oh, because it's not actually the same room. It's actually a false duplicate room, like a... Well, what the troll people call it, a twice-twice. Maybe. Because the ice blocks were new to that room, of course, and also the lack of the flag was part of it. I wonder that was a spawn block in its own right. Let's figure this out. Yeah, so we know this sequence here. Oh, that opens up the P, and then that's fine, because we'll do that. Oh. Let's wait. Yeah, so this sequence here kind of reverses back to a totally different room that is frozen over by that point. So notice that difference at this point. That doesn't actually help me get out of that room though, but because it's not equivalent, maybe there's something we haven't thought about checking. Yeah. Anyway, let's continue. And yeah, that's gonna do the big wiggler drop. Oh, I keep forgetting to run across these swamps. And And yeah, so now at this point you grab this and then you reverse through it. And then you come out to find that the world has frozen over. And that will need some other option. I wonder if there's maybe a block that I'm neglecting that I can hit. Curious. Oh no, okay, no, that's actually not a lock. We just need to check this and make a one camera. Was not cooperative here. Yeah, I thought this signified to me that I needed 2 springs to jump up significantly high. And I just couldn't find a second one. No, it actually just signifies that you need to bounce off one and then come up here. So I totally misread that signal and took it out for no reason. Ah, okay, so look at this. This says Spike Cloud Donut. And that's part of the passcode that was at the start. Now, I don't know if we paid attention to a previous part of the passcode, like the other half, because there's just half of it. Spike Cloud Donut. We should keep that in mind, because maybe that's the way to the clear in the first place, is that we entered the passcode at the very beginning. But anyway. You will, of course, need to deal with the crazy object throw deflection in Maker 1 here. Or not. Or yes. There we go. Yeah, look at this guy. He's one in the thumbnail. Okay, we'll let the bombs down below open up that pipe. Because I feel like that's important in a way that was also partially hidden. And the one-way panels work in such a way that we should actually be able to fall into this one. No, we can't because of cloud blocks, okay. So, if that's not the case, then how do we go down there? Just by bombing through the ice. Just bomb through the ice, that's what it is. And just excavate. Whoops. Okay, one more. Then, that'll be some kind of secret by the looks of it. Let's see. Maybe just another one-up room, but, you know, those are always worth discovering. Ah, secret passage. And look at that, this is the bar. 3. And sure, let's just drop out of this, and then, yeah, that gives you another passage out to the exit by way of the helicopter. And into the copter we go, straight to the chopper. And we are out of here. Now, I just want to check that Snooky Leaf segment in front. There's also, yeah, we only looked at half of the passcode, I suppose. So I don't know if we want to maybe redo a little bit here just to take a look at that properly. Because I do wonder what that was all about. Yeah, because this was the passcode room, if I recall. Then we saw something like Cloud Spike. Oh, no, okay. So, yeah, Cloud Spike Donut. We actually only need to do 3 here. Yeah, that's actually the entirety of the code. It's just 3 elements. And then we hit the P, and then we should actually be able to see this. Now, why would you want to do this is... Yeah, okay, it just opens this up directly to checkpoint. So I guess that's just maybe like a speedrun passage almost. If there's a... Well, I don't know if, you know, people have mapped out the speed record on this. I'm sure they must have. This is popularly played enough. But yeah, that's how the passcode system works. That's all I wanted to show off there. Now, I do want to show off the bit with the leaf that I thought was at the beginning of this level, unless I confused it with the first one. Oh, I think I did confuse it with the first one. How many 0% levels have I cleared since you left? 0% of the 0%. I mean, you know, we haven't been trying. Yeah, I think it was actually in the previous level with the Cape segment I was talking about. So, okay, we found the passcode, and I think we're satisfied with this. We managed to show that off. let's just give it an exit, and let's keep going. Okay. Not tomorrow. Lisa dies. I feel like this is a reference to something as well that I totally don't quite recognize. Actually, it rings a very distant bell. Because isn't it like something to do with the room or something? I don't know. I may be totally wrong about that. But we'll see how comprehensible it is, despite not picking up on whatever this is referring to. So I've never actually seen the room. I just have this vague memory that it involves somebody named Lisa. Oh, it's a song. Okay. Anyway, yeah, it's just a straight music level. We'll just listen to it and get dumped into a horror show over here. Anyway, that drops in. I guess we'll close this up, and then that gives you some kind of number up top. And that guy's just going to jump around at us a little bit. Yeah, I feel like this is some kind of thematic story level where I'm not exactly picking up on what the reference is, but... even so, we'll just record it, and maybe this will be obvious to me after the fact. A piece which is going to open something up for me. Bomb will come in and drop everything. Don't know what the numbers are all about either. Down we go. With a bit of added percussion. And I guess we could go through either of these. Let's check both. Oh, was this just cycling through the passage? Yeah, okay, because of pipe stacking, this just cycles you through and then... oh, and this actually traps you here. Okay. So I guess that was not reversible. Nor was that. Then this gate will open. That's almost a checkpoint. Felt like I missed a lot there, but... I guess maybe that wasn't right either, but then... we'll just bounce on this guy and... get out this way instead. Yeah, plenty of misdirection going on here. The P-switch would, of course, get me whatever's coming out of the left side pipe. Bomb over here, and then we'll kick another one down after that. And Paul the Humor is saying percussion is always appreciated. Well, drum roll, please. I feel like we're supposed to kick a bomb over here, or no, just walk it and we'll jump off of it. To whatever this is going to be. Just a 1-up. Okay. We'll let that detonate. And stilettos galore. Whoop! I mean, I totally saw that coming too, and just had a bit of hesitation there. Moment of doubt about whether that was what I thought it was going to be, and it turns out it was. So, yeah, we know. P-switch, please. We have to stand out of the way a little bit here. Get the bomb over here. Yeah, I should look this up afterwards to see what it's referring to. Because it's definitely something. It's some kind of story level that we don't completely recognize. Anyway, that's probably going to be another Wiggler chase, right? Yeah, it is. And same idea as previously, that the thwomps are going to try to crush me across. I wonder if that pipe can be entered if we just do a bit of a short hop there. That we never actually considered. Or if it's just a pure misdirection, which may be the case. Anyway, this looks like another music scrolling segment. Well, kind of bookends the level, I guess, to hear the song one more time. And then the Koopa is going to die a miserable death. It's a metaphor for something. We don't exactly know what. Yeah, we'll have to look this one up. Or, you know, try to figure out what it was. Still reasonably playable regardless, even if you don't quite follow the plot. Caducity. Oh, this one I remember. And speaking of levels that are essentially just references to things or riffs, yeah. I don't know how... if this is the level I'm thinking of, I don't know how many people recognize what this will be about. Let's load the thumbnail. I don't know if the thumbnail will kind of show that off. So, looking at this 4-panel thumbnail image here, it bears a certain structural similarity to, I guess, an illustration or a meme format that was a big thing about a decade ago, very briefly. I don't know if people still remember it in any way, but it'll be very clear when we play the level what this is, because this is kind of a short and sweet little 77%er that has a 6-second record on it. I think I remember this one. This is a very specific joke level. Anyway, here you are. With this little cross here. You enter the building. Pass the notice board. Pass the reception desk, and it's going to reveal one panel at a time. Pass this guy, who you shouldn't be stomping, apparently. And then, shock and horror, you enter this bed over here. So what this is, and this is actually, I think, the entirety of the level, and some of you might recall a webcomic that was very heavily lampooned sometime in the 2010s. That was like a video game webcomic ordinarily that once depicted like a father rushing to the hospital, or a prospective father rushing to the hospital to discover a miscarriage. That's what this is. You enter the hospital and you find that, I don't know, the muncher on the bed has miscarried. It's a... Yeah, no, I think it says something that I actually remember this one after all these years. Yeah, I think it's called like Lost or something. It was just a big internet meme thing that was like all over Reddit or such places about a decade ago. But yeah, I think the story behind it was that, you know, there's this video game webcomic or something that everybody made fun of, and once the creator was trying to make this piece that was about a spouse's miscarriage or something that he was undergoing, and turned out to be something completely campy. And yeah, there's a lot in this level, as you can see, with the overall decoration of the hospital outside that you don't actually get to see in the process of playing the level, but which you get to see in the more info screen, so to speak. Not more info, but, you know, the layout banner. I don't think the top is actually reachable, although maybe it is, because there Does seem to be a block on top or something. I guess you would probably have to hit an invisible block up front to try to access that. We're going to poke around up front, actually, to see if we can find it, since this is so short. Yeah, maybe it's one of these here, or there's a P-switch or something attached to it. I don't know. Maybe not. Yeah, I didn't know there was a way to get up top. Like, maybe if you hit this or this. No, guess not. Yeah, I don't think there's anything more to it. Let's just go through it once again just to make sure. So yeah, basically you passed a hospital reception and entered a ward and then experienced miscarriage all over again. This time without bringing the Koopa in with you, which I guess would kind of be a genic issue. But yeah, I guess you can't actually get above the hospital. It's just there for layout purposes. Make the whole thing look pretty. The little party celebration at the end really completes the effect. Anyway, let's play the next one. Before and After the Apocalypse, version 2. Alright, let's take a look. I think it might be more of another story piece. This is one of the profiles that I dug up that I kind of remembered as being a maker who sort of built everything as a very traditional difficulty, but also very thematic. And like I said at the beginning, I think I was aware that this maker actually kind of crashed out of Maker 2 pretty early, particularly because a lot of the options for more thematically driven creation were not all that available. I think that was the reason. I might be completely misremembering, and I would just have to ask if I can get in contact with them. And yeah, we're going to come through here into the underworld, or dead world, I suppose, after arriving from the overground. And I guess we can come through here. That doesn't block you or anything, it's just a one-up. And we'd be able to get up top. Alright, let's grab this. And then, this should be a bomb, right? Or do we need to put a bomb here? I think we need to put a bomb here. Probably enter a pipe, and then... Yeah, as you can see, this is one of those parallel world style levels where it seems like the main world and subworld kind of match each other. I'm not sure exactly how close the layout is, but there definitely is a bit of matching that's going on, even though, you know, you have some changes like the one-way panels, etc. So it's a kind of level format that we've seen from many people in the past. I actually kind of closely associate it with Lantis, in fact, who was here earlier in the stream. But a lot of people were kind of doing this sort of idea, or a light world, dark world idea, independently. And I remember seeing it from quite a lot of makers who weren't necessarily pulling from each other, but more just kind of seeing a lot of potential in this themselves. And so yeah, it is kind of like a back and forth parallel world maze by the looks of it. And so we'll just need to be attentive to the gates and what they respectively open up. This looks like another bomb spot over here. And we'll take the shell with us. Never know when we might want to shell jump. Oh, that's nothing, although it is a bomb. Okay, so we just open this up, and probably we open something up like that on the other side as well. Like, take a bomb through here. Oh, yeah, there was a lower passage here. Okay, it's all doors, so... Oh, whoops. That was a mistake. Looks like a shell could have just hit it. No, well, we don't need that. We can just hit it from below. And then the pipes are always going to be a world swap, essentially. P-switch down there. It looks unobtainable, which probably signifies to me that it's going to be something in the main world. If that's relevant too. Change the layout slightly. And that looks like the end of the line, so let's pull back a little bit. And then, if I'm not mistaken... Oh, no, that's nothing. Okay. Oh! There we are. We can, in fact, have a bit of a climb up to the billboard. Very similar to the billboards that we saw in the previous level. Not exactly a natural location for something like a shell jump, if we wanted to try that, but I do want to see. Nope, not quite. I don't think that quite works. Although, oddly enough, okay, let's do something silly. Nope, didn't even remotely hit. Yeah, we know we can't do that very well. Anyway, let's push on with the standard sequence. With a good bounce off the wiggle loop, we totally could have done it, I think. But for now, we'll continue this sequence over here. The checkpoint, and then... yeah, it'll probably be a spring or something that we need to grab from the other zone, I'm sure. So this location, perhaps. And that's exactly it. Look at all the P-switches just flowing freely. Not so much the case over here. We will, of course, check this area first, because we can. Just for style. And look at that, P-switches. Oh, no, can't grab those. Wait, if that's the case, then what was on the right side here? One-way panel. We're going to go this way anyway, just to explore. And that's going to open this gate. And yeah, we can hit a number of these question blocks. They are occasionally going to just get me more bones. Ah, yes, and this probably connects to the other side. Yeah, you can see where things came up over here. So we just wreck all of these, and then looks like we'd probably want to hit this. Oh, yeah. Let's open this up. What does it give you? More stars? Hows. This reminds me of a particular segment of a much later level, which was Ren's Nightmare Disco. First level in 3YM, which has a couple of segments like this, and it was just a really marvelous level. Just, you know, music and labyrinths and everything else. But yeah, I guess we want the bomb to probably get within range of dropping the blaster gate in the bottom right. Always interesting to see how these early boss fights effectively worked out. We actually don't want to hit the POW until bombs open up the gate. Yeah, always very interesting to see just how people decided to build set pieces long before there was such a thing as key doors. So yeah, we just needed the bomb to walk down, and bomb's just gonna hit all the P's, which were loaded down to conveyors earlier. I feel like it was maybe something plot relevant as well. Like the P's are, I don't know. Something apocalyptic that you just needed to break wide open at the end. But it was one remaining and it looked ominous, so perhaps the P was just the source of an infection that covered the globe or something, like a bioweapon that happened to turn all the coins into blocks and blocks into coins. Anyway. Groundhog Day, the final day. Okay, so, oh, you can in fact go over, but, and it says number 1 over here, so I guess the 1 of locations actually are labeled in case you are tallying them. I think that's the number 1 anyway, it looks conspicuously like it. So, bomb is going to, oh, it's like the morning alarm that wakes you up on Groundhog Day, and then I guess we don't have access to that right now, but with the bomb breaking a hard block, I guess every time we repeat this room, perhaps, we'll go a bit further. Now, because of pipe stacking, you can even see this stack in the background. You can't repeat through here. Also, because of the fire bars, the clocks all look like they're going backwards, but that's a problem that Mario Maker has in general when you try to make clocks. Yeah, we'll have to stomp through here with a mushroom. There are moles all over the place because, of course, it's Groundhog Day. And then... what if we dunk this? No, that's nothing. Nothing yet. Oh. Oh, whoops. Didn't mean to run into that guy. Just too busy looking around the map. Not paying attention there. Anyway, so yeah, we get in here, you get the morning alarm that's going to break the first hard block, and I guess you need to break 3 of those in sequence before you eventually... I guess eventually the bomb would just spawn lower every time until, yeah, it only goes as low as that ground block on the left, so... Don't know how we'll break this over here, but... when we eventually do, either with a shell or something else, then we would have access to the spring. With a shell, though, we would just hit ourselves. So I don't know about that. I guess if you fire a shell from this location and jump it, you might open that up. So if we eventually loop back there, and it's pretty clear that we will have to loop back there, we'll consider taking a shell with us. Whoops. Yeah, I vaguely remember having played this many years ago as well. Like I said, even though we don't have the existing clear flag to prove it. It is some kind of looping puzzle level. We don't remember the solution, which is great because it means I can start afresh and really piece it all together. Yeah, so we have access to a shell over here. I kind of feel like we want to get rid of that guy, except we'll lose the shell down here. Oh, whoops. I was trying to jump on top of that and was a bit sluggish about it. Yeah, because if it's a pipe that loops back to this location, I'd like to smash this with a shell, and then we'll later be able to get the spring, and then that will probably unlock something new for me. Also notice that we'll want mushroom or bomb at some point to open this up for whatever that pipe leads to. Unless that's just a pipe that leads back to start, but I don't think so. I think this is like a looping repetition puzzle. And then if we take it through here, then we just loop back around and we should be able to grab the spring. I think one additional loop will just do it with the bomb, now that we've broken that. So yeah, this sends you back to the beginning, so the bomb should blow that up and we'll have access to this. And we'll continue this way. Okay, still don't have access to this one yet, but we'll see what looks out of reach. Don't know what this little segment is about yet, but we'll find out. Now, this looks almost promising. We're not going to try to shell jump it off the spring, obviously, but you do have to deal with the Maker 1 camera. But yeah, there are definitely the clouds over there. Oh, you know what? Wall jump, wall jump. Except we can't see a thing. This is, of course, Maker 1 camera. Can't see anything up here. What if you just did a wall jump up this one instead? Yeah, there we go. Oh, P-switch. Now, P-switch might be useful. I don't know if we'd want to take it through with us. So, P-switch actually does give you access to this. Just open this up. And what does that give you? Enter? Checkpoint. Interesting. And yeah, the bomb segment in the introduction is down there. We'll check this pipe. Just a 1-up, so yeah, number 2, as you can see on the right. I guess we just continue this way. Oh, that's it. Okay, that was quick. Really, that was it. Seemed like there was a lot to it that we just didn't see. Yeah. Or maybe I'm just much more experienced with spotting that kind of thing than I used to be. You know, the central interaction of just breaking the brick safely. Yeah, because I saw saw blades in top middle. Maybe there were some 1-up locations we didn't look at, but let's continue. First second of eternity. Let's see what this is. A Super Mario World ghost house. Okay, so this one, I guess we run it. And maybe take this seriously, given some of the thwomps we saw earlier. Oh, I see, okay. There is an incentive to go fast. I think that's what's known as a self-troll. P-door over here, I guess eventually something will drop you out front, but if you have a P-switch active when you drop out front, then maybe everything here reveals something. I suspect that's the case. But anyway, let's run it. Yeah, because he tries to block you, and then probably a P-switch here, then. P-switch? There we go. And then, oh, that's not the P-door I expected. And this little lake down here, I suppose. Let's go fast in case the P-switch is relevant to something. So it looks like we need to look for a cluster of 4 donut blocks, perhaps. That looks like a visual clue. Unless it means that we just drop this cluster of donut blocks. Interesting. $12. Oh, okay. Didn't realize that it was going to spawn out of the pipe. Obviously, oh, oops. We should have set this down gently. We could just loop through this. Ah, and this loops you into the front. B-I-R-D. Bird. Okay. So maybe we should look for the bird sound effect or something at some point. That'd be a clue there. Yeah, kind of like a puzzle mansion. That's something we see all that often. And yes, there beside Visser, that does seem like a case where bird was the word. So yeah, we need to look for this somehow. It's not something to do with these donut blocks by the looks of it, but then we haven't seen the 12 pipe here either, so... Oh no, the 12 pipe here was what spawned the dry bones, but can we enter? Nope. In fact, it's going to spawn just soon enough to cause problems. Okay, let's see. something over here. There's probably something above over here. We just haven't seen it yet. We also don't yet know how to read the donut clue and what it's relevant to. Ah, okay, no, we just need to do this. And presumably, yeah, we do need to loop through here. We probably just go back and forth over that until we open the whole passage. Now, why would we want to go repeatedly like that? Let's take a look. Well, we know that destroying the ice blocks is something that will persist as a state, so that's something we should be looking at. But then, what, are we just looping over 12 times, or what's going on here? Oh, I guess you do just loop over again and again. That seems unusual. Again, I feel like there's something thematic going on here that I might not have caught. Because, to me, it looks like you simply just go back multiple times and drop the bomb until you get out. And I don't know what this clue is all about. Or the whole water feature over there. Yeah, because that's just a gate, then, you know, we don't really see anything else to do with that. Unless there was something else I was supposed to bomb much earlier. Very curious. Yeah, I don't exactly know what I'm looking at, but we will find out. I guess you drop these through the middle. What do they do? Yeah, because unless there's any particular surprise from this, I think that's just a clear, but what did I miss? Maybe that's just it. Maybe it's just a simple loop. That seems unusual, though. Well, it is the first second of eternity. You can't limit too much for a bit of repetition. But yeah, I feel like there was something thematic, again, here that we didn't pick up on. I expected a lot of sort of more thematically oriented levels, though, and the reason is because of the last one that we're going to show. Which might also be the last one we can stay to show today. So this is the reason I actually went back to this profile, because I remembered this level specifically as one of the more impressive amiibo levels I've seen, or mystery mushroom levels. And I don't know how well it holds up because I've just played so much more Mario Maker since then, but you know, I think this has been a pretty decent profile across the board, if occasionally a bit enigmatic now that we are far, far away from any original program notes or Miiverse comments. But we'll take a look at Wario and Waluigi the Bank Heist, and yeah, I think that's... I vaguely remember that Jocchan actually remade this level without Mystery Mushroom costumes in Maker 2, and had that level kind of briefly featured by Nintendo social media or something, like official Nintendo Twitter, but then the level never really quite took off in the same way, because it really did kind of need this original story concept, and I do remember this level very, very well, conceptually anyway, and we'll just go through the specifics as we watch it again. But yeah, this was, as I said, pretty much the reason I went through the profile today was so I could show this one off. So anyway, you're a Wario at the beginning, and you're going to break into the bank. And then, yeah, it's kind of like a scrolling level, where you sort of repeat through and create a passage, and then you switch to Waluigi. And of course, if you don't complete the passage, you stay on Waluigi until you do. And so, it's kind of like you imagine that Wario and Waluigi are working together for the bank heist. Now, we need to open that, because if you switch to Waluigi, now Waluigi can go up, and you've got a limited amount of time to do it due to the auto-scroll. Execution-wise is fairly simple. But then you need to loop through again in order to break this with the bomb multiple times, if I understand this correctly. Now, you can hit checkpoint. And then you switch back to Waluigi, and then you kind of like break one gate at a time, I think. Yeah, because you have to break this open and then break this open. And that will allow you to progress. Or stay on Waluigi, I guess. I feel like that was supposed to drop another bomb that would hit the brick under the POW. And then if you hit the POW, then that gets used for the Muncher Gate. Because yeah, you've broken this open at this point. You do need to get this on camera. Because Maker 1 camera is relevant here, and it does drop a bomb, but you need to do it quickly. Derbyshire Wizard, this level should not have been seen by me. Oh, because you're thinking about co-op mechanics. We're definitely thinking about co-op mechanics, yeah. And then, of course, we need to do that quickly enough to kill the Muncher. You'd love this level with 2 players, yeah. Yeah, the little bit of time pressure from the auto-scroll actually adds quite a lot to it. Oh, no. Lost it. Yeah, you need to kick it ahead pretty soon to get down to the Muncher. And then, of course, at this point, we'd expended a lot of the costumes, so now it's just Mario breaking into the bank and pretending to be Wario and Waluigi at the same time, unless, of course, Mario just takes a dive. Totally unintentionally. Oh, the POW actually dropped at that point. Because we had broken the hard block already, the POW dropped at that point to a location where we could just use it straight up. That's why it wasn't... Yeah, it wasn't something we could hit with the bomb anyway. We just had to wrap down here and hit the POW. So it's not as time sensitive as I thought it was. Rather, you switch characters and they progress to the next step. So yeah, do need the camera to cooperate though. But yeah, you don't need to break this and go through the Muncher on the same cycle. As long as it breaks the hard block. Because that will drop the POW immediately. Then you can break through here, and I bet you switch to Wario at this point. So here's Wario. And oh, we missed. Yeah, you do need to hit the bomb, obviously, to progress there. And open up that gate. And yeah, so you can progress through the Muncher gently. Hit the bomb, stand back. And then into the... Oh, never mind. I was about to say into the bank vault we go, but I guess that wasn't as successful as I thought, because we actually need multiple runs through it if you look at it. You can't just do it with one bomb. Hence sliders and exit out the semi-solid on top. I didn't think about that. Anyway, still staying on Waluigi here. And... yeah, once again, we spawn this bomb and we break the hard block. We will not try to outrun it over to the Muncher down below. Because instead, we'll just hit the POW directly this time. And yeah, we do need to bomb it twice. Just in the nick of time. And the second bomb, we can stay on the same cycle and proceed forward. Yeah, because that should break open bank vaults. And so, you rob the bank and you set off alarms all over the place. Imperfectly. And look at that. So yeah, the guards are these hammers here that are, well, trying to toss hammers at you and totally missing. It's a totally safe bank heist, as you can see, and then Waluigi is going to try to get out his own way while the attack dog chomps are trying to get him. And So, yeah, now we try to make her escape. And then, oh, it looks like we've been trapped. And loaded into a police vehicle there, so Wario's been nabbed. Waluigi's story continues, where he tries to get out. And, oh, he's gonna get chomped, but that's okay, he's still Waluigi, and then everybody's trying to get him. And then, what's he gonna do here? Well, he's going to stage a prison break, I think. So this is the prison. You know, Spiny and Goomba here and everything, and the Shelmet is, for some reason, here. Although that looks like it's something that can be activated. Once you hit the P, it's going to hit the POW. Just knock everybody out. So yeah, as you can see, you know, the police cruiser or tank or whatever here that picked up Wario is parked in the garage. And then you can climb in here and break things open immediately. And then, oh, I have to P-switch expiry. You go through the pipe on the right side, but then looks like, yeah, the spring goes down, but we can't really interact with that yet due to the camera view. Now we switch to Wario. So you see, this is a neat little cutscene here where auto-scroll in conjunction... Well, we needed to go through the pipe again, obviously, and it was going to be a pipe stacking trick to get Wario out of there. But yeah, you can't actually hit any of the P-switches. You get loaded into the vehicle. And then you do... Well, Luigi has escaped through the tunnels. And... okay, let's come over here. So Waluigi's going to stage the prison break once again, but then we'll, you know, cut over to Wario. But at that point, it is still being loaded in the vehicle, but we don't necessarily presume that everything is just linearly stacked forward in terms of time. More of a block structure narrative, like, I don't know, Goodfellas or something. So yeah, I was admiring the way that the scroll in conjunction with the conveyor belt and everything just kind of created a sense of movement there. But anyway, Wario's in a prison here, as you can see. And he needs Waluigi to get him out, but oh, looks like something's been activated. Because, you know, he's hanging around here and looks like Waluigi solved his problem. Now, the cutscene just solves itself, as long as we don't stand too close and take the hit. And then Wario gets out this way. And then he's chased out of here. And that's a flag in theory, but we can also try to get this costume. And yeah, oh, this is a helicopter, and we know from previous levels just how much we like helicopters here. Unfortunately, we're not going to get the clear music with either character. We're just going to get it with Mario, just from taking a hit at the end, but that's okay, we'll take it. Yeah, pretty easy to play through, but at the same time, I'm quite fond of it. I was kind of wondering if this one would hold up, and it really does in some ways, because, you know, you have a bit of this co-op auto-scroll light puzzle segment at the beginning, and then the rest of it is just the cutscenes kind of closing it out and really completing the concept with a little bit of heavy ordnance around the police department towards the end. So, pretty satisfied with that. Okay, so we covered 2 makers today. This is running shorter than a lot of my streams usually do. But we might have time for 1 more maker. And I will dial that up in just a moment and show you who it is. Yeah, because we're doing this early enough that I think we can squeeze in a bit of a triple feature today. Just give me one moment while I dig up the maker and also change the stream title and everything accordingly. So yeah, I mean, I remembered that Mario and Waluigi level rather years and years later as just a prime example of a Mystery Mushroom story level, and I think it still definitely holds up, even though I played much more complicated and elaborate material since. Okay, this here is Mr. Yarrow. Profile that was succeeded by Ms. Yarrow in Maker 2. I think they're, basically just like characters, though, and it's not meant to be the same character. But it's the same maker. And this was a profile that I understand was actually originally much, much more extensive. Because I could find lots of links and references to earlier Yarrow levels online that now just lead to dead codes because they've been deleted. So unfortunately, other than the 2YMM level that was shown off before, this entire profile has just been reduced to these 3 remaining ones, which I suppose leaves it as a manageable task for us to finish up the stream today. Unfortunately, it means that we've, missed out on a lot historically from a preservation standpoint. Yarrow is a very good maker in Maker 2 as well. One level that stands out in particular over there was one of the best Zelda dungeon levels that I play that actually kind of implements 3 separate Zelda dungeons in a water overworld. It's a very, very complete piece, and definitely one of the biggest ones I played in Maker 2. Also was a presence in the Maker 2 edition of Years of Mario Maker as well. If you remember the Radiohead level about putting things in the right place, which literally involved, on top of a music loop, putting things in the right place. So yeah, we are always kind of in for some kind of weird idiosyncratic treat here from the Yarrow family. And we're going to take a look at Stoneman, which is a level from 2017. So yeah, I think this was a profile that stretched back much longer before this, and everything before 2017 was just nuked for whatever reason. I don't know what the story behind that. Maybe I can just, contact the maker and ask. But let's take a look at Stoneman. And we'll finish up with these 3 today, and I'm probably going to leave it there. The 2 YMM levels and all the YMM levels we had previously recorded and saved as a long-term VOD, so we have not been repeating those just because we're expecting to be pretty short on time as is. But the one here, War Woman, was definitely a treat as well. Okay, so we should pay attention to what's going on aesthetically, because that's usually relevant. Not that small Mario can bump a single thing around here, around this house. Let's keep dropping. And yeah, I can't really approach this either. This is just a town in the dead of night, perhaps. And the kind of illusion of verticality is always interesting to look at with Maker 1 as well, because of course no vertical subworlds yet, so... But this is definitely meant to be a kind of continuous descent, or creating the illusion of one. And we'll see how that links up to later parts of the level thematically. Because maybe we shall rise again. But yeah, we're kind of getting deep into the caverns here. I suppose I could have climbed on that vine, but checkpoint over here, which is interesting, because we can't bump anything right now, but I suppose we'll loop ahead, grab a mushroom, and then come back here. Interestingly enough, a big vertical back and forth puzzle is something that I closely associate with the Ms. Yarrow profile in Maker 2 as well. Because there was that one level that was, I think it was called Cloud Killer, where you just kind of went up and down the level to use the SMB2 mushroom to take out clouds. And this one kind of reminds me of that in some ways, in that, you know, we're clearly going to have lots of back and forth with power-up progression that is meant to evoke this continuous vertical zone. But yeah, we can't interact with a single thing yet, really, so we just have to dig deep and then eventually worm our way out, now that we're all the way at the bottom, it seems. Here on this pile of bones deep in the catacombs. And yeah, these are all basically gravestones. You know, here lies the door, here lies Lanky Mario, here lies Super Mario, and here lies a checkpoint with, I see, the Tanuki statue. Yeah, haven't really gotten to play much with this costume. The Tanuki statue does something very unique in Super Mario Advance 4, incidentally, where the statue form actually reveals invisible platforms. It's a very unexpected mechanic. Yeah, I was trying to get into the dash animation here so I could see Mario carrying the statue. And yeah, sometimes you get a unique sprite from the turnaround as well, which we don't always see. But the dashing animation just has Mario carrying the statue as he's sneaking away. And yeah, there's nothing else accessible here, so I guess we're kind of like grave robbers in a way, I guess, because like if you look at this in terms of flavor, you know, because the Mario statue amiibo looks very much like Mario physically carrying the statue rather than transforming into it the way he would with the original Tanuki suit. It kind of looks like he's grave robbing, and I think that's what's happening here. That Mario's just taking the statue and running with it, and hoping nothing bad happens on the way back up. So yeah, nothing else to interact with here yet. It's just literally taking us back upstairs. So I think this is another one of those. So far it looks more like an... I want to say amiibo story concept, but it's more accurate to say mystery mushroom story concept. We don't know what other surprises it might have in store. So let's try not to get bounced by this thing. And then we might have some reason to hit this. Yeah, I thought so. And then this takes us back up. So yeah, kind of an easy enemy-free level so far. That is more about just the satisfaction of the reversal, and less so the satisfaction of bumping one's head against the ice. Yeah, this vine we noticed much earlier as something that was climbable, and we will in fact climb it now. We'll see how much more there is to it after we jump out, but... Oh, yeah. Some things that you'll have to retry if you don't execute them with much finesse. But in a pretty much totally non-lethal setting. You know what, let's poke out the side just to see if anything reveals itself. It will not. Hang on to this and head back up. Yeah, we won't be able to go through here yet, but I feel like that's something to be resolved later. Probably with something like a P-switch in a vine climb that goes down. A vertical vine that spawns all the way down here and gives you something to grip. That's what I would guess. That you'll just kind of have to steady zone progression that way. Or actually, no, it'll eventually be something like a P-switch that then just drops through down below. We should obviously check this room here. We can fall towards it gently. Just a tiny bit of finesse here. Would be nice. Here we go. Oh, and that's what loops through here. Well, that just allows you to connect. Now, why would you want to do that? Also, despite the height of the statue, since it's, you know, roughly matches what Cartoon Mario was like back in the day, we still only occupy one tile of height. Very important to note. This probably gives you a vine. Yeah, it does. That's what it is. And then the silence from the music, or lack of music rather, adds to the effect. And yeah, that's pretty much it. It's kind of like a bit of a simpler story level. I was wondering if you can actually get on top of the clouds, but no. Because if you could get on top of the clouds, I suppose you could drop towards the stone at the end. But I think we just take the flag. And look at that. Something rising from the grave. I always feel like this must have been some kind of a self-imposed challenge to build an enemy-free level that was still reasonably engaging. So, in a world where everything has become petrified, that is what is left. And yeah, very well liked in the easy bracket here at about 50%, and you can kind of see why, just because there's something that is totally non-threatening. It's very aesthetically complete. Looks like there actually was something with the clouds. Yeah, perhaps. Or no, maybe that's just a light trigger. Yeah. Anyway, Beetle Boy. Also a high clear rate. And probably something to do with the Buzzy Shell. Buzzy Helmet. Actually, looking at the layout here, that would just be a Buzzy Shell, but we don't know if the thumbnail is just off in its own world as the thumbnail, so let's take a look. Okay, blocks here will, once you reset, spawn in a fixed location. Ah, okay, spawn in this location. And then, if we get the Buzzy Shell, then we can punch through. And then, that allows you to enter the pipe. Is there anything else we can touch here? Well, we can't check now, but looking at the platform spacing, probably not. And I didn't even realize these were note blocks until I went for it. It just means we reset through here, and then that gives you a passage forward. Now, was there anything interesting over here? Not really. But more shells. And we'll break everything we can, because it'll give me platforms on top of the muncher as well as lower platforms that I can jump on, I bet. Oh, yeah, it's a fine block, so. Alright, here we can bump the muncher. Eventually. Oh, there is a flying block that we need to be aware of here. It's way out of the way, though. Oh, because you can actually go through the center column, that's what it is. But then you would need to kick the shell up towards it with good timing. And then that spawns it in a fixed location once again to dislodge the muncher and open up this passage. Very nice gate over there. Developing that central interaction. I guess this is going to be a helmet check followed by a checkpoint, which is going to be a mushroom check, so that's why everything is done this way, just to make sure you can get back to small Mario plus helmet again. That's this point. The spike top just kind of milling about inside the central area. That was a nice touch. Maybe that's also supposed to be a clock. But we didn't get a good look. Anyway, here you can probably bust through something, or oh no, it's probably just through the pipe. Or no, hitting the invisible blocks. Flying the way over. Nope, just missed. That's okay, we'll do it again. Okay, got that. Then we reload this room to see what that gets me in terms of progression. So we hit that additional block, and where did it go? Where did it even run off to? What did it affect? That's interesting, because I don't see it, necessarily. Yeah, because I actually don't see which block that was, and where it was activated. It would have been activated quite a bit further out. Given its initial position. So, you can wrap around these two. Oh, you know what? No, you just pass through here. I don't know why I missed that. Right, because this was the block that was activated. It gets the muncher out of the way. So it doesn't block the pipe. Okay, beetle ride. Yep, as expected. And you do need to hit all of them, perhaps, across multiple cycles. Just keeping entirely within the beetle theme. Now what would that get us? It gets us this passage out. And yeah, we could bust that open, but not that helpful. So far, we needed a little bit more time on Buzzy Shaw from entering this area, so we can have some proper scrutiny of this block over here, which then opens up this gate because it sustains the muncher over here. Yeah. The ways in which this allows you to progress are actually very well disguised in the overall layout, unless you're actively hunting for it amidst every block. You don't exactly know what the interactions will be. Now this is interesting because this is going to be the same kind of interaction we saw previously, where you just try to knock everything out. I kind of get the sense, oh yes, it even tells you on the right side that you do need to hit this accurately because it's the red spike top that gives you the key, and look at that, one shot. The question is, what happens now when we try to progress? Well, let's find out. And you see more blocks. That's okay, we'll just rotate back into it. And see what that rotation does. Does it... Yeah, at some point if you hit enough of these, I think it should block off a muncher gate or something. Oh, but it's a vine block, that's a problem actually, because it'll just respawn in position. Won't actually help as much. And yeah, perhaps we do need to hit what we can. I see it now. You hit it in this location and you can climb up. And then you can hit the upper wing block, which is probably what is going to block off the muncher gate on the left side. Yeah, and then this is going to come down, you hit this, and then Buzzy is just for flavor. That's going to block off this gate to the right over here, so you can now progress. Alright, now this was what we saw in the cover image. Kind of looks like this hand that's protruding to the left side here, like somebody's reaching out towards you. Beetle boy, perhaps. And we will get nothing. Interestingly enough, it's the same kind of room that we saw earlier, except frozen over. Followed by checkpoints. Now, nothing here's going to drop. A P-switch, however, is going to open up these columns. Looks like we're kind of racing the spike top, actually. Oh, let's not slow down too much. I'll just keep running through this. We'll pretty much immediately get a helmet anyway, so. Okay, and then this is just a POW hit, which then allows you to proceed through here. Very satisfying to punch all of that. Now, despite this three-legged creature here with eyes and a shell-like mustache, looks like a very fun design, actually. Oh, we had a bit of a rough going of it, but we made it. Anyway, one more level to go, and that'll be it for our Maker triple feature today. Okay, so this... I think this must have been a re-upload in 2021, because of course March 2021 was the shutdown of uploads. And a number of makers did put some things back up, sometimes with fixes, or sometimes just to avoid former Nintendo deletions or other reasons. I don't know what the story is behind this one, but 100 MC I presume is just 100 Mario Challenge. Nickelback Nightmare. Now, we know that Yarrow is a maker who is capable of doing music loops. I wouldn't be able to identify Nickelback, I think, regardless. But we will see just how nightmarish this is. This has a lot of arrows all over the place. I think this might be one of those levels that's just deliberately messing with you, looking at all the tracks all over the place. But we'll see and find out what's going on in our very rare taste of Life According to 100 Mario Challenge, which we never play. Okay, it is scrolling and it is a music level, okay. Maybe the arrows aren't going to particularly matter. We'll get a mushroom though. Pretty generous about power-ups, which is good in case you get dunked by a Spiny or something. Maybe it's just Magic Koopas, actually. Yeah, it's just Magic Koopas that are dunking on us. And occasionally they give us a mushroom. Vaguely recognize this tune, I think. I know Nickelback has his reputation of being overplayed, but... and definitely a bit overexposed. I actually am familiar with the location that the band is originally from, which I think featured in some of their cover artwork or something, you know. The grain elevators that were previously the most famous thing from their hometown of Hannah, Alberta. But oops. That's pretty much the extent of what we know about Nickelback, but now we know two things. We know, well, the second thing, that they made for this auto-scroll level. I do vaguely recognize the song, though. Okay. Let's grab this. And percussion. That is a sign of progress. Yeah, we basically just run through it. It's essentially music level that also tries to hammer you. But in general, if you're just running through it, it isn't too threatening. It seems like there's quite a lot that you can jump through if you wanted to do something more interesting than just run through it, but I kind of doubt any of those passages take you somewhere interesting. Maybe. We don't know. We don't know what the ending looks like yet, and whether anything with all these arrow indications is in fact required. So we'll just try to dodge hammers and hope that the magic Goobas dunk some mushrooms on us from time to time. Okay, let's come over here. And I'm looking at those bricks that are under that up arrow, and whoops, that totally distracted me from the spine. He's just falling in front of Mario's face. I feel like those little hammer screams here were supposed to be synchronized with music, and they more or less are. That seemed deliberate. And, oh, that's how you know it's 100 Mario Challenge. I guess we just send this through. Yeah, and due to pipe stacking there, it does kind of basically give you infinite power-ups. Well, I suppose we're getting the authentic experience here when it comes to 100 Mario Challenge. I haven't actually played 100 Mario Challenge since 2015, so I don't know if that's really a fair assessment, but who knows, it could be. Yeah, I only ever did a small handful of runs, I think. Quickly realized that I far prefer the curated experience when it comes to maker levels and discoverability. Okay, one more to go. We just spam him out of the way. Maybe this is what a Nickelback concert is really like. We don't really know. Anyway, we'll just poke Bowser until this is done. Yeah, Yarrow is a good enough maker that I think every sign is that this is kind of like this deliberate parody of 100 Mario Challenge levels. It'll be funny if this locked door actually matches the other locked door that just goes up to the spikes, but maybe due to pipe stacking, there's a down pipe there in that location that we can go to. In fact, I suspect there will be. And there is. And that drops you out front, but then does that allow you to progress in any meaningful fashion, or did we actually trap ourselves in a loop? I didn't pay attention. Maybe there's more to this than meet the eye. If that passage isn't going to take you to completion. Yeah, because it looks like we actually did trap ourselves in a loop here. Unless there's something that is a state change this time. Yeah, I feel like there definitely is a passage that you're supposed to go through then. Well, shouldn't have assumed this was just going to be a freebie. Plus the idea is that you're just trapped with nickelback for however long. Yes, this is definitely a kind of deliberate garbage art piece in some ways. And collision here is going to get me into potential trouble, so. But yeah, maybe we should take other alternate passages seriously here, given that dropped me out the way it did. Now, navigationally speaking, we'll see how we do, but it's entirely possible given the current length of the stream that we won't be able to see this one through, but we'll try it. Try to puzzle it out. I always feel like it's making a statement by being in SMM1, while otherwise being so deliberately anti-aesthetic. Yeah, look at that. It's almost like it's possible to ascend up there, which may very well be the idea. Not that we have anything to jump on right now, unless it's something like triple jump or... something else that can just break the level for us. Anyway, nothing as yet. Oh. You never see that guy dropping in from below. Some of the gratuitous indicator-style track markers all over the place are kind of fun to see as well, for once. Yeah, P-door over there and nothing to stand under it. Oh, we got reasonably far before. Well, we don't know how clearable this will be today, but we'll try to push through. We went all the way to Bowser, we kind of looped out of him. I feel like there was maybe a better way to put that all to good use. Yeah, we see so many locations up top that look like they should be reasonable. Definitely synchronized scream here for everything we've seen. Yeah, we do a little bit too much back and forth sometimes to correct position. Not very helpful there. Nor are any of the Magic Koopas going to just drop mushrooms for me this time. Pipe stacking all over the place in somewhat idiosyncratic ways. Just corner to corner overlaps. Oh, whoops. Yeah, once again, just lost track of the hammers and got a bit distracted by the pipes, even though no entry to them was forthcoming. Anyway, we'll see what we can do with this. If we don't just keep getting hammered, of course. Well, I mean, I suppose if you really want to triple jump everywhere or something. But yeah, nothing up top looks reachable in the music segment here. Thought it might be, but... a couple of exit pipes alive somewhere around here. Oh, let's not hit a spike out of nowhere. Still pretty satisfying to just watch him scream in agony every time as they're miraculously synchronized with the notes down below. Whoa, okay. So if we know that this comes back at the beginning, now we know how to get rid of one of these, but then we also know about the big reset. Let's see how that affects things. Going forward here, assuming that we still have any senses left. Being hit repeatedly and let's see. Oops. And yeah, man, cool Bowser fight. Who would have thought? I mean, we've beaten it once already, technically. It's just that we didn't know what to do with it after the loop, which may or may not be trickery. Oh, one down. Sure, this one will have a key. Missed a lot of shots here, but oops. Well, I'm not that we're keeping track. Okay, so we... it is packed up and left like this, and then, yeah, that actually is what dips you back in. So, I don't know that the Fire Flower is actually meaningful progression. That's just something specific that I need to break. Okay. Yeah, there's quite a lot here that I'm not in a position to parse properly. Whether that just involves copious note-taking or what. Yeah, there's a couple of passages here that look promising, but... nope. That is... a big sensory kick here. Would have been good to have a more specific release date. Oops. Yeah, it's starting to lose track of where we are here. Because of all the distinct visual noise here. We might not be able to finish this one. I mean, it was a re-upload for a reason. I think it was practical. I suppose if we stayed in it for a bit longer, we could find the eventual pipe or something. Okay, let's see if we can actually find an exit out of this. I don't know if we should stay. Whoops. Okay, definitely losing touch a little bit. Let's see here. There's quite a lot going on. Okay, almost there. Nope. Well, I think the point has been made. What a disco party, though. They don't make them like this anymore. Okay, well, yeah, that point we just suffer through it. There's a way to just move forward here without entering the door. Or is there? I may have totally misread it from some sporadic from camera movement, rather. Okay, that's all done. Then it's not done necessarily in the sense of I haven't seen what we need to see. So we know that here we can enter the pipe, and then the pipe just kind of sends you back through the front as you drop in. The question is, how do we break the cycle here? Well, yeah, I can actually try this as much as I want, given it flower. That's all right. Okay, let's not play this in autopilot here. I feel like that actually totally is reachable. As you can see, scroll the camera up slightly. We have 50 seconds though. Oh, Fetch Koopa. Oh, you know what? I bet there's a flag that's missing then. Maybe it's a missing flag? No, it's not. Yeah, it's okay to take damage potentially as long as we try to get upstairs. But we do need at least double jump. We don't really have momentum for triple jump, but maybe we do. Wait. A note block is suspicious. Well, I wonder if it would give you a vine or something. Or if it's already been hit as a music block proper. Try to scroll up here to see what's going on, and we might need to look at the overall layout. Not going to take it into the maker mode, I just want to see. Well, I mean, it's too complicated to actually visualize anything. We'll give it one more go, but don't really see where we can go. I guess we were supposed to sort of escape the bottom at some point and actually play through some other platforms here. We'll give it one more shot, and that's going to be it today. Okay. Yeah, because you get dumped out of the pipe up front. Just trying to see if there's any possibility of continuing something interesting during the initial scroll. Yeah, there's not really anywhere to go up there. Of course, I was just watching the wrong location over there this time. missed mushroom there too. And the Magic Koopas were being so generous. Anyway, yeah, the British Advisor. I mean, I think this is like a kind of deliberate. Deliberate little project here. I can see that there's a way to jump up to that one pipe later on. There's got to be a way to get up. Yeah, that's why it's amazing. I know. I know you meant that seriously. Or sincerely, rather, I should say. It's not confuse the two. Just trying to find any kind of location to explore here. I feel like triple jump is something necessary here. Look at that, just slid through that block like it was nothing. Yeah, I wonder... It's not there. I'm just looking at this and trying to figure it out, because the scroll happens quickly enough that it's not really going to be... Oops. Something like a wall jump out of the pipe when you come out. It might be, actually. I shouldn't discount the possibility. Maybe get dumped out of the pipe and maybe immediately wall jump out. Against a screen that's kind of scrolling towards those coins to the left. Pretty quickly. Okay, let's see what we can do. Nothing that looks accessible there. There's a flagpole at the end. But I know nothing about what could possibly dump me in flagpole. I think it's got to be something like wall jump up. See P doors, but I don't know what. Anything we could do in there. We'll try to make one more reasonably deep run, if I can. But I'm also okay with putting this one aside as an example of where we have seen the joke and heard it too. And respect it for what it does. Nope. Sniped all over the place. Well, I'm not sure about this. I mean, did have a couple of clears on it. Very low play count on this version, obviously, just because it was the 2021 upload, presumably re-upload. And it just rains Goombas on us. Again, we'll try to make a run and that at least gets us back to Bowser, but if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen either. But yeah, very hard to see from the current camera whether anything is reachable up top. I think a lot of it gets into a maze of the various forms of unpleasantness around here. The spikes and whatever else, but whoops. Well, I haven't been able to make it back to the subworld in some time. In general, though, that's because like this level is just such sensory overload. It's difficult difficult to keep your eye on any one thing at once, instead of darting all over the place. Okay, mushroom. Nope, bad idea. So yeah, the flagpole's right there. Not really reachable for us. Yeah, that passage over there with the up arrow, that looks suspiciously open as well. That looks like a passage that could have taken us up as well. There are a few things here that look almost like opportunities, but... that was, of course, for the informal campaign season. Oops. Yeah, the major significant hurdle here is definitely the ocean viability. Okay, in a bit of trouble here. Nope. And what do we get here? Nothing yet. We'll have more flowers when we need it, and we don't just want to drop to the door right away when it's relevant. Let's send you to the key door, which sends you through a pipe, and then currently, there are some effects to mitigate. And it's just tiring looking at this level. He was trying to make a point. How deliberate this is. Anyway, we'll pelt them and then we'll probably call it quits after that. We can't seem to find a way to progress. Might be one that requires a look at the bacon mode. Okay, just trying to grab the flower there. Okay, this time we have 300 seconds of clock at least, which is significant, and then no pressure from the Bowsers. Means we should, in fact, try to see what we can do. Under less time pressure, if we... oh, we need to get rid of that. That's okay, we've got a good bit to work with here. Maybe. We've got some time. Let's not enter the door yet. I do want to see if it's possible. Get it this way, in case there's something up top. Maybe not. I'll try triple jumping this side, or even just double jumping. Nope, not really. Yeah, it doesn't quite get you high enough to do the wall slides thing. Totally looks like it should be viable, but it's actually just a little bit short. Like if you try to do it with a spin like that, and you actually do move the camera slightly. Magic Koopa here again. Well, 200 seconds for it. Yeah, I suppose we could drop through the door, but then we'd have to kind of do that immediate wall jump to see if we can get around the trap, because I'm not exactly sure what else we could have missed. Would get us out of a rather different kind of trap. Let's try the other idea. Then you basically need to wall jump out immediately, maybe? No, oh, it dumps you down below. Okay, it doesn't dump you down the side of the pipe. It dumps you below. Yeah, no wonder we could never wall jump out of that or anything. And yeah, if we get dunked, though. Probably be it. Everything there. Anything up here? No, not really. Yeah, we'll call it for now. I think we got a sense of the concept. I just didn't see the clear path or really any way to proceed. And given the amount of visual noise in the screen, I feel like it's something that requires, or at least heavily benefits from just getting a clear static picture of things in the maker mode perhaps, but that'll be it. Yeah, like I said, too bad so many of the older levels got nuked before I got a chance to play them. I do know it exists, and I do know their codes are dead. But we saw a good set over here as well. And one Nickelback Nightmare. Can you go into pipe from below? You mean at the end with the Bowser segment? No. You mean the pipe that dispenses the fire flower? I did try that. I don't think that's it. Because it just dumps fire flowers. I did actually try to enter it. I thought so anyway. That's right, we're content with it. We put in a good amount of time on it. There's very few levels in this whole set that I've not cleared, but there are a few that belong to that category. Mostly a couple of the Julian Kaizo levels, and that one by Waryutsu as well, but and of course there was that one level by Ren that seemed to require a wall clip check we didn't know. So a little bit short of 100%, eh? This being the only one we're bailing on, but I think I'm not at a point we're going to regress. If it's actually something that is just a hidden route that's actually fairly easy to execute, we might come back to do this one next time. Regardless, triple feature today, got 3 makers done, finished every level except this last one, which was an unfortunate way to finish. We will be back later this week, mostly with Splatoon Side Order. I think it unlocks in time for me to stream it tomorrow, but we'll see. But otherwise, of course, the priority is going to remain Maker 1 between now and April. It's just that we might have a tiny bit less of it this week in the coming days, which was why I was trying to cram as much as I could into this stream. Thank you once again to Zypher, Mr. All Games All Day, or Magad, I suppose, and MGM1 for all of the respective raids. Very generous of all of you, and once again, a warm welcome to anybody who came in with that, whether they are still lurking or otherwise. We are going to pass you folks on somewhere else very soon, momentarily, and I'll just scan around to see who's going to receive the raid today. And we'll see if there is something interesting that will await us. I do, of course, have lots more makers coming on the Maker 1 end, and we'll hopefully have an interesting program here in the weeks ahead, and maybe more people will follow Mr. All Games All Days all example and kind of catch on to doing this as well while Wii U's are still up and running. Thank you for watching. and enjoy whatever it is you may be making or playing or spectating or otherwise just dabbling in this week. And until we meet again, have a wonderful week. As always, fare thee well.